Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7 omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money to buy from other men? This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I apologize, we're running super late tonight, and on this Labor Day edition of the Front Line Blacc News, which is an FBA holiday, by the way. Labor Day came about because of FBA. On the season 5, episode 23, or Deuce Trey, Part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. We'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is a topic that we didn't get to last night, and that was Tunis Campbell, black man that the KKK feared. Then we have the black towns America tried to erase, how the post office outsmarted Jim Crow. White supremacy isn't just police, it's the whole system. Shout out to Kukizi for that video. Then why black Americans are called xenophobic and don't join ICE protests. Leann's local Petals employees laugh when a fellow white woman called them out for anti-black racism. DC mayor just humiliated Democrats amidst Trump's crime crackdown in DC works. Looters plunder Whole Foods as Chicago goes full third world. ICE halts invasion convoy, escorts Armada of illegals back to Mexico. And last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. We are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a Front Line and Black First perspective. We are part of the new Blacc Media, and we are also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. Front Line Blacc News has been around for 5 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Front Line campaign. Frontline Blacc News being one of the first, starting back in 2020, 2021. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced was started in 2016 on Blog Talk Radio, and the RBA, which started in 2021. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Jay Militants, who was just live. His link is in the chat description. Kukizi, who does our intro track and who's in the chat right now, his link is also in the description. In the Church of Black Power, a brother out of West California, his link is also in the chat. And also support the GoFundMe Lady Che is set up. And PewTube, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. And that's from the great Neely Fuller Jr., who just transitioned this past February, ProduceJustice.com. Also, we have when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by the great Neely Fuller Jr., who once again transitioned in February of this year, and ProduceJustice.com. And last but not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation by the great Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. May she rest in power as well. She transitioned back in 2016. So that's what we have for y'all tonight. Thank y'all for tapping in. We finally got our strike lifted, so we're back on the Frontline Blacc News YouTube channel. So that's great news. Salute to Coliseum Arguments. Thank you for tapping in. And I'm going to hop right into it with the KKK feared this black leader, Tunis Campbell Sr.
Thank you for tapping in, Coliseum Arguments.
Yes, and Lady Che is right here as well. I forgot to mention Lady Che is right here, the other host of the Frontline Blacc News. And then we might be joined with Shabaka. We shall see.
It's Mississippi, 1875. The war is over, but the South still drips with hatred. The fields are quiet, but the saloons are loud, filled with bitter white men, former Confederates and Klansmen, clinging to the last scraps of their stolen power. They drink, spit, and swap stories about the good old days when black men knew their place, when a slave couldn't vote, when nobody like him would dare walk through the front door. A black senator, a former slave, a man who had terrified white supremacists just by standing tall. They had tried to erase him that night, ambushed in a basement by men who couldn't beat him in life. But even with a bullet in his skull, he refused to fall like a coward. Remember, when you kill me, you kill a gentleman and a brave man. Never say you killed a coward, said Caldwell. This is the story of the blacksmith turned senator who bent the chains of slavery into weapons of justice, and the nightmare he became for every racist in Mississippi. Because when Charles Caldwell spoke, everybody listened. And when white America tried to silence him, they learned one brutal lesson. You can kill a man, but you can never kill a movement. But how exactly did Charles Caldwell come to power? And what exactly did he do that was so hated by those old Southern racists? Keep watching to find out. To understand Charles Caldwell, you have to understand where he came from. And we need to go back to Mississippi, the beating heart of America's racial nightmare. Nobody wanted to be a slave, but no slave wanted to be in Mississippi. The phrase "sold down the river" struck terror in the hearts of slaves in Virginia and North Carolina, because they knew what awaited them: brutal labor under the Mississippi sun, cotton and sugar plantations in conditions designed to break both body and spirit. The rice plantations were especially brutal. Slaves forced to stand in water for hours while malaria ran rampant, with child mortality rates reaching a staggering 90% on some plantations. Charles Caldwell was born into this living hell in 1831. And while most slaves were worked to death in the cotton fields, Caldwell found himself in a different kind of prison, a blacksmith shop in Clinton, just outside Jackson. Here's the thing about blacksmiths in the South, though. It was probably the best job a slave could get. Every plantation, every slave master, every overseer depended on them. Without blacksmiths, the whole machine of slavery would have collapsed. And Caldwell's craftsmanship set him apart. Even in chains, he commanded respect within his community. His work was so perfect, so precise, that even those who claimed to own him couldn't deny his mastery. As a skilled blacksmith, he enjoyed more autonomy than other plantation slaves, though he remained firmly in chains. But in that forge in Clinton, Mississippi, Caldwell was laying the foundation for a future none of his masters could ever imagine. That future arrived sooner than anyone expected. By 1865, the Civil War had shattered the chains of slavery, and for a brief moment, a new dawn seemed possible. They called it Reconstruction. And in Mississippi, where black people outnumbered whites, Reconstruction was supposed to create a society where blacks lived on equal footing with white folk. And for a brief few years, this was starting to become true. In 1867, Mississippi started letting freed black men vote, and Caldwell's hard work finally paid off. His reputation in Clinton had earned him significant respect within the community. That respect turned into political power. By 1868, this former slave, a man who once couldn't legally read or write, was chosen as one of 16 black Republican delegates to Mississippi's Constitutional Convention. And Caldwell wasn't there to play nice. As a radical Republican, he fought for things that would make a white supremacist blood boil: the right for black men to vote, public education for all, and complete political equality. But you see, this wasn't just about one man changing his position. This was about creating real power within the Black community. For the first time, Black voices were in the room where decisions were being made. Black hands were drafting laws. Black minds were shaping Mississippi's future. The white power structure watched in horror as men like Caldwell, men they once claimed to own, stepped into positions of authority. And of course, Caldwell, being Caldwell, did more than just participate. He excelled. See, Caldwell's experience at the forge had taught him something crucial: how to shape raw material into something powerful. Only now, instead of shaping iron, he was helping forge a new Mississippi. The former masters were about to learn that they'd created their own worst nightmare, a Black leader who knew their system inside and out, who understood their weaknesses, and who wasn't afraid to strike while the iron was hot. In 1870, Caldwell struck his first blow, the Mississippi State Senate. For 5 straight years, he fought for things that kept slave owners awake at night: the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution. The 14th Amendment would make every Black person born in America a citizen with all the rights that came with it. The 15th Amendment would make sure no state could ever deny a man the right to vote based on race. But here's the thing about being a Black senator in Mississippi, pushing for revolutionary changes like these: the more power you gained, the bigger target you became. And some people couldn't stand seeing a former slave wielding this kind of influence. The white power structure didn't wait long to strike back. Right after the Constitutional Convention, a highly respected white judge's son decided to teach Caldwell a lesson. Drew his gun, took his shot. But those hands that worked steel for decades weren't just for show. In one fluid motion, Caldwell dodged the bullet and fired back. The judge's son was dead before he hit the ground. Another fool who thought he could break a man that slavery couldn't keep down. This was Mississippi in the 1870s. A Black man terminating a white judge's son meant certain death. When the trial was set with an all-white jury, everyone knew how this story was supposed to end, with Caldwell swinging from a rope. But none of that happened. That all-white jury looked at the evidence and looked at Caldwell, and they all did something that had never done before in Mississippi history. They found the Black man not guilty, and Caldwell walked free. Caldwell wasn't just any senator anymore. He was also a crack shot, a fearless man, and racists everywhere began to fear him. Even his enemies had to admit, wherever this man went, whether that was inside a forge or in the halls of the Senate, he commanded respect. But if there's one thing we learn about history, it's that respect comes at a steep price. And Caldwell's enemies were just getting started. By the way, if you like the sort of content we share on this channel, please leave a like and click that subscribe button. We want to spread the untold stories of these Black heroes far and wide. Charles Caldwell wasn't interested in just being feared. He wanted something even more dangerous: change. And so, even while he still felt the pain of slavery and had just recently survived an attempt on his life, Caldwell still believed in something radical: that Blacks and whites could actually share political space. He helped organize a Republican rally on September 4th, 1875, in Moss Hill, Clinton, Mississippi. Then, he did something unthinkable. He invited Democrats, the party of slave owners and racists, to come speak. 2,000 Black citizens showed up that day, bringing their families for what was supposed to be a peaceful gathering of picnicking and politics. The organizers banned weapons and alcohol. They were trying to do this the right way, but among the crowd were 18 armed white liners drunk ex-Confederate soldiers who made up the Democratic Party's unofficial attack squad. These weren't politicians. These were the attack dogs of white supremacy. For 1 hour, everything seemed possible. The Democratic speaker, Amos R. Johnston, gave his speech. The Black crowd listened respectfully. But the moment a Republican speaker took the stage, those 18 drunk white liners started heckling. When Republican newspaper editor Captain H.T. Fisher took the stage, The white liners started calling him a liar, making moves to disrupt the rally. Caldwell and other organizers tried stepping in, pleading for calm. Then it happened. Shots rained down on them, and immediately, 3 whites and 5 blacks died in the chaos, including 2 children. The crowd scattered in panic, running in every direction to escape the random spray of bullets. But this was just the beginning. A lie spread through the white community. Blacks were planning to attack Clinton. It was all the excuse they needed. Over the next 2 days, hundreds of armed white liners poured into town by train. Their ranks swelled by the hour. And then, the hunt began. No black man would be allowed to leave alive. More than 500 black men fled to Jackson, desperately seeking protection from the U.S. Army. Others disappeared into the surrounding swamps and woods. But for those who couldn't escape, the white liners moved unopposed through Hinds County, dragging black citizens from their homes, shooting them on the spot. Any house they found empty, they looted. They hunted black men through the streets like shooting birds. Sarah Dickey, a white educator who witnessed the carnage, wrote desperately to President Grant, "Whoever says to you that our troubles in Mississippi are slight, sanctions their slaughter." By the time the bloodbath ended, somewhere between 35 and 50 black people perished. Most of their names would never be recorded, their bodies never found. But Caldwell wasn't about to watch his people get slaughtered. He organized a militia and led them through Clinton, protecting what was left of the black community. But to the white power structure, a black man with a gun protecting black citizens, that was a death sentence. They'd been looking for an excuse to get rid of Charles Caldwell. Now they had one. The September massacre changed everything. It was a sign that the white power structure wanted to destroy whatever Caldwell was building. Mississippi's Republican Governor Ames wrote to President Grant begging for federal troops, but Grant's response was underwhelming. He said he was weary of these annual autumnal outbreaks in the South. On October 13th, backed into a corner, Ames sat down with Democratic leaders for a peace conference. The deal was simple. He'd disband the black militia Caldwell organized if the white liners promised to stop the violence. Ames eventually folded. But to trust the promises of white men during those times was about as solid as writing a contract on toilet paper. The violence against blacks never stopped, and black people were again left on their own. By November 2nd, the terror campaign had served its purpose. Without any military protection, black voters faced a choice: stay home or die. The Democrats seized control of the state legislature. Even Caldwell, despite his reputation for fearlessness, lost his Senate seat. But Caldwell wasn't built to stay quiet. On Election Day, when other Republicans were backing down from Democratic threats, Caldwell had stood his ground. "No, we are going to stay right here. You must just come right along and keep your mouth shut. I don't care what they say to you. Don't you say a word." That's the kind of defiance that defined Caldwell. Even after losing power, he stayed in Clinton, continued protecting his community, refusing to bow to white intimidation. And that's what drove him to act on December 25th, 1875, when he heard his nephew, David Washington, had been threatened and harassed by local white men. Even after everything, Caldwell was still trying to protect his own. That Christmas Day, Caldwell went into town to find out what was happening with his nephew. At some point, he ran into Buck Campbell. The two had known each other for years. Like many white men in Clinton, Campbell had watched Caldwell rise, from blacksmith to senator, from enslaved man to leader. They weren't friends, not really. But in the tangled aftermath of the massacre, old familiarity could be mistaken for trust. Campbell kept insisting they share a Christmas drink to celebrate the holiday. Caldwell didn't want to go. He wanted to get home to his wife, to celebrate Christmas with family. But Campbell was relentless, and so the two went down to the basement of Chilton's store. As they touched their glasses in a toast, it happened. The window behind Caldwell exploded with gunfire. The first shot hit him in the head. But Charles Caldwell, even with a bullet in his skull, wasn't going to die like a dog. Wounded but conscious, he made one last request: to die like a man, out in the open. They carried him into the street. While Caldwell was bleeding to death, he straightened up, fixed his blood-stained clothes, looked his killers dead in the eye, and spoke words that would echo through history. "Remember, when you kill me, you kill a gentleman and a brave man. Never say you killed a coward. I want you to remember it when I am gone." Then 40 shots rang out. The bravest man in Mississippi fell in a hail of bullets. Not long after, they went looking for more. This time it was Caldwell's younger brother, Samuel. Samuel wasn't a senator or a politician. He didn't carry a gun. He wasn't making speeches or organizing rallies. He was just Charles Caldwell's brother. And for the men who had already eliminated one Caldwell that night, that was all they needed to know. They found Samuel and terminated him as well. Punishment by association. That night, the intent turned to desecration. The mob stormed Caldwell's home, where his wife had laid out the bodies of both brothers for burial. She'd tried to give them a proper goodbye, but the mob wasn't about to have that. Instead, they flipped the coffins and spat on their faces. They cursed their names and mocked them in death, just as they had tried to erase them in life. Because that's how cowards operate. They don't show up when the fight is fair. They wait until you're alone, until you're gone, and then they come for the memory, thinking if they ruin what's left, they can erase what mattered. So what happened to the cowards who ambushed Caldwell in that cellar? Predictably, nothing. His killers, even though they were known figures within the white community, walked away free. Caldwell's death marked the brutal, violent end of Reconstruction's promise in Mississippi and across the South. Getting rid of a man like Caldwell, a powerful, elected Black leader, sent a chillingly clear message. Black political power would not be tolerated. It was the beginning of the rollback, the start of Jim Crow's shadow creeping across the land, erasing the gains that men like Caldwell worked so hard towards. But even if they killed the man, they couldn't kill the idea. Today, there's no statue of Charles Caldwell towering over the Mississippi Capitol, no national holiday, no required school curriculum. But if you walk to the corner of Leake and Jefferson Streets in Clinton, the spot where he perished, you'll find a small historical marker. It stands not just to mark the place where he died, but to remind those who pass by that someone once stood here, unafraid, unbought, and unwilling to be silent. If you're not ready to let the Black man's story end here, there's more. There was another brave soul who stood up when no one else would. Another man who terrified the white supremacists so badly, they called in the help of the FBI. I would like to think in another universe, Charles Caldwell was friends with this man. Click here to watch the story of Robert F. Williams, the Black man who terrified white America.
Sorry, y'all, just computers acting stupid. But yeah, shout out to Charles Caldwell, I believe.
Throughout high flood,
We have a whole building complex named after one of his relatives
Right down the road.
here at 5 Points, Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, the Colorado Library. I feel like I never get to explore it all the way after we redid it. Because there was some controversy about the upstairs part.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Something with the AC.
they're talking about, like, it's always been a research area, but you get to get up there by the elevators. I don't know, man. I think that some bullshit ass individuals that are in their community be making more out of something that really isn't. We'd be lucky we have a library in our neighborhood that's still there. And there's Black people that work in there.
Yeah.
Occasional white person. There's like one white girl that works there. Pretty helpful. But for the most part, got Black security guard and Black women that work in the mafia.
Yes.
Black women that work there, they're always really helpful. They never got my books that I'm looking for. And I got an overdue book. Like, But they're very nice and helpful for a person like me that needs to do certain things. They always know what to do.
Yeah.
They always know to help. You know what I mean? I dig it over there. I was unhoused right in front of it
Yeah.
for like a year and a half. Like all angles of it. They had to shut it down to arrest me twice. Twice.
My apologies. That wasn't even the video I was trying to play, but very good information.
Very good information. I was telling Jesse I didn't believe it, but he said it was true. So.
This is the one I was trying to play. So there's another black man that they feared. So many of us they feared. The KKK feared this black leader, Tunis Campbell. I believe that's how you say his name. Senior. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing it right, but yeah, he was also feared by the Ku Klux Klan in the South. So I'm gonna play the video about him.
Tunis Gullick Campbell Sr. was born on April 1st, 1812 in Middlebrook, New Jersey, into a free black family in a nation still shocked by slavery. From an early age, Campbell exhibited a sharp mind and a powerful voice, qualities that would shape his life as a minister, educator, political organizer, and defender of black freedom during the Reconstruction era. His journey would carry him from the pulpits of the AME Church to the halls of Georgia's state senate, and eventually into exile as he battled against one of the most violent backlashes in American history. Campbell was deeply influenced by religion and education. At the age of 18, he studied at an Episcopal seminary in New York with the intent of becoming a missionary to Africa, but racial prejudice cut short his formal education. He nevertheless emerged as a strong preacher and organizer, quickly gaining recognition in the AME Church, known as the oldest and best-known clergyman in the AME Church. Campbell combined faith with a relentless drive for social justice. He saw Christianity not only as a religion of salvation, but as a tool for liberation in the lives of African Americans. Between 1842 and 1845, Tunis worked as a principal waiter at the Howard Hotel in New York City. His time and experience allowed him to write and publish his book, Hotel Keepers, Head Waiters, and Housekeeper's Guide, a book that taught Black Americans how to properly manage high-end hotels and gather resources. He also opened a school for Black children in New York, gave refuge to over 4,000 ex-slaves, and served as a highly requested abolitionist speaker, along with Frederick Douglass. During the Civil War, Campbell worked with the Freedmen's Bureau and became involved in the Great Question for Reconstruction. What would freedom mean for the formerly enslaved? In 1865, after Union victory, General William T. Sherman's Special Field Orders No. 15, famously associated with the promise of 40 acres and a mule, opened a window of hope for freed people. Campbell was assigned to oversee land distribution in Georgia's Sea Islands, especially St. Catherine and Ossabaw. There he organized self-sufficient Black communities, dividing plots of land, establishing schools, and enforcing discipline. He taught freedmen not only literacy and scripture, but also civic responsibility and independence. His efforts reflected his broader vision that African Americans could only thrive if they controlled their land, institutions, and governance. But Campbell's vision of Black autonomy clashed with white planters in the federal government. When President Andrew Johnson rescinded Sherman's land order and returned property to former Confederates, Campbell and his communities were forcibly displaced. Undeterred, Campbell turned to politics. In 1867, as Reconstruction governments took shape, he became a delegate to Georgia's Constitutional Convention, helping to draft a document that extended civil and political rights to Black citizens. He emerged as a strong advocate for Black suffrage, equal protection under the law, and access to education. Campbell's leadership propelled him into office as a justice of peace and later as a Georgia state senator representing McIntosh County. In the legislature, he fought for the rights of freedmen in a hostile environment, where white supremacist lawmakers sought to roll back gains at every turn. He organized voter registration drives, mobilized Black communities to the polls, and built a network of protection against racial violence. To defend himself and his allies from the Ku Klux Klan, Campbell reportedly commanded a militia of nearly 400 men. This force served as a rare organized resistance to white terror in Reconstruction Georgia, a testament to Campbell's courage and organizational skill. However, the backlash was fierce. Like Governor Rufus Bullock, Campbell became a marked man. White supremacist violence and political persecution intensified in the 1870s, and Campbell himself was harassed, arrested on dubious charges, and even imprisoned. In 1877, he published his autobiography, Sufferings of the Reverend T.G. Campbell and His Family in Georgia, detailing the violence, intimidation, and systematic oppression he faced for his role in defending Black rights. His book stands as a rare first-hand account of the brutality of Reconstruction's collapse. Ultimately, Campbell was forced to flee Georgia to save his life, bringing an end to his political career, but not his legacy. Tunis Campbell Sr. died in Boston, Massachusetts on December 4th, 1891. Though largely forgotten for generations, he was one of the boldest and most visionary Black leaders of Reconstruction. He sought to build independent Black communities, wielded political power to defend freedmen's rights, and stood against the rising tide of white supremacist violence with determination. His life embodies both the hopes of Reconstruction and the tragedy of its overthrow. Today, Campbell is remembered as a pioneering clergyman, politician, and freedom fighter, a man who dared to carve out justice in one of America's darkest and most violent eras. To Mr. Tunis Gullick Campbell Sr., we proudly stand on your shoulders. For more information, please visit my website at www.ontheshoulders1.com. There, you can support my OTSOG book series. You can also support me on Patreon at patreon.com/OTSOG. You can hit the super like button under this video. You can also join this channel as a member. I love you all, and make sure y'all catch that next video coming up.
Shout out to Tunis Campbell Sr.
Can I do it now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta tell you about my kittens. I got kittens, y'all. Well, anyway, I've been hitting them with the spray bottle because, they're bad. Well, one is bad, the male cat. He's just exactly my energy. Bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then they try to climb on me, but I had to spray them because I'm a lady and they try to scratch my legs. They're like, soft paws. Soft paws. They get it. The one bit me unsuspectedly and got hit with the spray bottle 3 times on the tray.
Yeah.
And they kind of like sitting on my feet for some odd reason. I think they like me. I ain't had no cat in a long time. A really long time. A long, long time. I don't like cats. And the male cat, he had a greedy fucker. He tried to tip all the bowl into his food all into his face. All he does is eat. I think he grew like a whole 2 ounces since yesterday. If we get in that bowl of water, he would have. And the other one, Khalifa, she don't really eat that much. She just bounces like Peppy Le Pew.
Mm-hmm.
And she won't stop. She won't stop with the get down with the scratches. So I had to spank her.
On the road, what are you doing?
Come here, buddy. Why you cry so much? But I don't understand them. But this one cries a lot, but for no reason. It'd be one of them babies. I'd take her. I change, fed, and walked off out of the room for like an hour because they just cried for no reason. Do something. Do something.
They're gonna make great mousers.
Yeah, they're gonna be great mousers. The gray one especially. I have high hopes for the male cat. He already showed you high potential. He eats a lot. He's bad. He don't listen. He likes to fight. They've been fighting, and they got a little cage. They got a little box.
Mm-hmm.
They go in and close the door.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Squeeze this little behind there.
Tell me already. Stop it.
All right, let me move to the next topic.
I want to show you guys, but Jesse won't let me show you. It'd be a buster.
Oh my God.
What?
You way over there.
You cracked up. There's something cracked up.
And we showed them yesterday.
I didn't show him yesterday. I showed Ray. And kind of showed them briefly for a second. I had to wrangle them.
All right, so next on the topic list is 100 black towns erased from history.
You've heard of Tulsa, maybe. But what if I told you there wasn't just one Black Wall Street? There were over 100 black towns across the U.S., self-built, self-governed, self-sustained, and nearly all of them were systematically destroyed, not lost to time, not swallowed by poverty, but burned, erased, bulldozed, on purpose, and most people have never heard of them. Why? What was America hiding, and why does it matter now more than ever? Asterisk in the ashes of slavery, Black Americans did the unthinkable. With nothing but faith, land grants, and grit, freedmen built towns of their own, not ghettos, not enclaves. Towns with black mayors, black-owned banks, black newspapers, farms, churches, businesses, all run by the very people America once enslaved. Names like Nicodemus, Kansas, Mound Bayou, Mississippi, Langston, Oklahoma, flourished. These were cities of hope, born in defiance of racism and abandonment. A New York Times article from 1890 described these towns as orderly, prosperous, and proud. They had ambition, they had structure, they had power. Asterisk in that was the problem. Asterisk America wasn't ready for proud, prosperous black towns. White. Neighbors and local governments saw them not as miracles of resilience, but as threats. Why were they thriving while poor white farmers struggled? What message did it send if formerly enslaved people succeeded without white help? What came next wasn't random. It was calculated destruction. In 1901, Pierce City, Missouri, a mob burned down black homes, forced 300 residents to flee, and seized their property. No arrests, no reparations. Just silence. In Forsyth County, Georgia, 1912, over 1,000. Black residents were expelled through lynchings and terror. The county remained almost entirely white for over 75 years, and then came Tulsa. 1921, asterisk Black Wall Street Greenwood District, bombed from the air. Yes, you heard that right. Aerial firebombing eyewitnesses said the sky turned black with smoke. An estimated 300 black residents killed. Over 1,200 homes and businesses destroyed in 18 hours. Asterisk, but Tulsa wasn't unique. It was just the loudest. The tip of the iceberg. Research by historian Dr. Michelle Duster notes over 100 documented cases where black communities were burned down, flooded out, redland zoned out of existence, or wiped off the map by highways in Damsu's Carville, Georgia. Erased in 1912, now buried beneath Lake Lanier Van Port, Oregon, a bustling black suburb, flooded in 1948 after dam failures local officials knew were coming Rosewood. Florida burned in 1923 after a false accusation from a white woman. Triggered a week-long massacre in each case. Black families lost, land wealth records and generational opportunity.
That's what's up.
2006 study The Color of Wealth estimated that up to $3 billion in black generational wealth may have been erased through violent displacement from these towns. Asterisk, how many family businesses were lost? How many college funds? How many homes that should have been passed down? Asterisk. Here's the deeper betrayal. These were not just rogue mobs. They were aided by police, courts, and city planners. Sheriffs turned a blind eye, judges dismissed claims. Insurance companies denied payouts after the Tulsa massacre. Survivors tried to file for damages. Most claims were denied. Why? Because the riots were classified as civil unrest, not terrorism. And when those towns were destroyed, city planners stepped in. They didn't rebuild. they rezoned. Asterisk highways were built directly through once thriving Black neighborhoods. In cities like Atlanta, Detroit, New Orleans, and Los Angeles, interstate projects became weapons of ours. As urban renewal projects boomed, Black towns shrank. As white suburbs expanded, Black home values plummeted. It wasn't a tragedy. It was a strategy. Asterisk textbooks don't mention Clearview, Oklahoma, or Lincoln, Kansas, or Freedmanstown, Texas. Why? Because acknowledging their success and their destruction forces America to confront a lie. The lie that progress has been fair, that freedom was truly given, that everyone had an equal shot. Even local museums and historical societies skipped over the facts. Survivors, silenced by trauma, fear, or shame. And yet, the traces remain. Photographs of bustling Black Main Streets maps, showing towns that no longer exist, oral testimonies, passed from grandmother to grandson burnt. Church records, land deeds forged or stolen as. Writer Ta-Nehisi Coates put it, plunder is not incidental to America. It is foundational. Asterisk here's what they didn't expect. We're remembering. Descendants of towns like Rosewood, Nicodemus, and Eatonville are reclaiming their stories. Lawsuits are underway. Historical markers are rising. Reparations are back on the table. This isn't just history. It's living memory. It's a blueprint for resistance. Because what was built once can be built again. But only if we tell the truth. The 100 Black towns didn't vanish. They were stolen. And now, we demand their return. Asterisk, remember? Their names, restore their legacy, rebuild what was stolen.
Oh man, this is fucking stupid. I don't know what happened to the video, y'all.
That's good.
1. The struggle for equality in a divided America. By the end of slavery in the United States, white supremacists could not accept the idea of Black people living among them as equals. Whether it was about where to live, where to eat, or even where to play, they wanted Black people to remain separate, far from their communities. This led to the rise of segregated schools, playing areas, public facilities, and even entire towns that were designated for Black people. Though slavery officially ended by the 1880s, the harsh reality of racial segregation and the enforcement of Jim Crow laws became the new oppressive norm. These laws ensured that Black communities were systematically isolated, both physically and socially. Despite this, Black Americans clung to hope, and by 1888, over 200 Black towns had been established, many of them flourishing. These towns became a beacon of progress and
So whenever they tell you we didn't do nothing, or we just begging white people for help, we built our own goddamn towns all across this damn country. And these white supremacists systematically went around and destroyed our towns. Either burnt them to the ground, flooded them, etc., etc.
Let out poisons. Like I showed y'all the RVA yesterday, or this morning, early this morning. Speaking of, the RVA comes on after this.
You're gonna do another RBA?
I gotta get it in before I gotta go home. Who knows when I'll have another chance.
prosperity, despite the external pressures to break them down. But that prosperity sparked jealousy among white supremacists, who saw the success of these communities as a threat to their dominance. What followed was a clear demonstration that, even though slavery had been abolished, Black Americans were far from having equal rights in the country. The systemic racism that began in those times still affects society today. The legacy of those Black towns, along with the struggles and resilience of the people who lived in them, reminds us of the ongoing fight for true equality in the United States. 2. The forgotten Black towns erased by racism. Within just a few years, the thriving Black towns that once stood as symbols of resilience and success were systematically destroyed, flooded, and wiped off the map, erased by structural and systemic racism. In this video, we'll explore the tragic fate of one such town. Let's get started. Oscarville and the hidden history of Lake Lanier. Today, Lake Lanier in Georgia is a serene haven for fishing, boating, and tranquil getaways. Spanning 38,000 acres and boasting 692 miles of shoreline, it also provides a crucial water source for Atlanta. Yet, beneath its calm waters lies a dark, painful history that many are unaware of. Lake Lanier was created over the remains of Oscarville, a once thriving African American community that faced destruction in 1912. Oscarville, located in the northeastern part of Forsyth County, Georgia, was a small but vibrant Black community. Established in the late 1800s, it was home to over 100 Black families who worked as farmers, carpenters, and in various trades. Despite the harsh realities of Jim Crow laws, Oscarville's residents had built a self-sufficient and close-knit community. But everything changed in September of 1912 when the town was shattered by allegations of assaults against white women. 2 Black men, along with 4 others believed to be involved, were arrested, sparking rising tensions. Shortly after, the body of a white woman was discovered, leading to a series of violent reprisals. Oscarville became a target. 1 Black suspect was brutally attacked and lynched by a white mob. 2 Black teenagers were also publicly hanged, all without any concrete evidence of their involvement in the crimes. The sad truth is that they were mere suspects, and their deaths were unjust, marking the beginning of the end for Oscarville. What followed was the complete erasure of this once prosperous town, not just from maps but from history itself. The legacy of Oscarville, like many other Black towns, was submerged, quite literally under the waters of Lake Lanier, forgotten by most. But not by those who remember the painful truth behind its disappearance. 3. The systemic erasure of thriving Black communities in America. Following the brutal executions in Oscarville, terror spread like wildfire. A group of white men known as the Night Riders unleashed a terrifying campaign against Oscarville's Black residents. Homes, churches, and schools were burned to the ground, and Black families were forced to flee for their lives. Over 1,000 residents were displaced due to this horrifying wave of violence. In the aftermath, the Army Corps of Engineers acquired the land, and Lake Lanier was constructed over the ruins of the destroyed community. This act, perhaps intentional, buried the haunting atrocities that had occurred beneath the waters. The forgotten story of Caligula. Not far from the peaceful waters of Lake Martin in Alabama, Cowaliga once flourished as a beacon of resilience for African Americans in the late 19th century. The story of this community began with John Benson, a former Black slave who demonstrated remarkable determination. Through his hard work and vision, he purchased thousands of acres of land in Alabama and sold parcels to other Black families, offering them the rare chance to own property when it was almost impossible for African Americans elsewhere. No one knows what work Benson did to accumulate such wealth, but his efforts gave Black people an opportunity to carve out a future in a world that actively worked against them. Cowaliga thrived, becoming known for its Black-owned railroad and home to the Cowaliga Academic and Industrial Institute. This institution was a symbol of hope and progress, providing African American students with education and vocational training. It equipped them with the skills to survive in a world that often offered little opportunity to people of color. However, this prosperity was not to last. The growing influence of the Ku Klux Klan, coupled with the economic decline of the 1920s, cast a dark shadow over the community. By the 1950s, the once thriving town of Cowaliga had vanished entirely, erased like so many other Black towns across the country. These stories are just 2 examples of how systemic racism and violence dismantled prosperous Black communities in America. The erasure of towns like Oscarville and Cowaliga reflects a pattern of discrimination that has left lasting scars on the nation's history. Scars that continue to impact society today. 4. The destruction of thriving Black communities and their hidden histories. In the 1960s, the Alabama Power Company forcibly acquired all the land in Cowaliga from Black families to construct a hydroelectric dam, leading to the creation of Lake Martin. This forced displacement left many Black families heartbroken, with no homes or shelter to protect their loved ones. They were left to fend for themselves, becoming victims of racial segregation. Imagine the devastating plight of these families, walking away from their homes with no hope, left vulnerable to the cruelty of the times. Before we continue, a quick reminder. Please support our channel by subscribing and liking the video. We want to build a strong community, and your support makes that possible. Now, let's get back to uncovering the stories of these lost communities. The tragic tale of Seneca Village in New York City. In 1825, Seneca Village in New York City stood as a beacon of hope during a time when legal segregation and discrimination were widespread. This thriving Black community was located on the outskirts of the city, from 82nd Street to 89th Street on Manhattan's Upper West Side. Despite the challenges of the era, nearly 300 proud Black residents defied the odds to build a prosperous and tightly knit neighborhood. What set Seneca Village apart was its high rate of Black property ownership. In an era when owning property was nearly impossible for African Americans due to legal and societal barriers, Seneca Village was remarkable. The rate of Black property ownership there was 5 times higher than the city's average. An extraordinary feat that provided the community with a sense of stability and pride. Within this vibrant community, 3 churches served as spiritual centers, offering Black residents a place of solace and unity. The residents supported one another, creating a network of care and mutual aid. In a city where Black individuals faced constant obstacles, Seneca Village was a testament to the resilience and strength of its people. Sadly, this sense of community would not last. As New York City grew, the land occupied by Seneca Village became covered by developers and city planners. In the mid-1850s, the city seized the land through eminent domain to build Central Park. The residents were forced out, and their homes were demolished, erasing Seneca Village from the landscape and, for many years, from history itself. This is yet another tragic example of how Black communities, despite their resilience and achievements, were torn apart by systemic racism and the forces of progress that disregarded their lives and contributions. Today, the stories of Oscarville, Cowaliga, and Seneca Village remind us of the deeply rooted challenges African Americans have faced. Challenges that continue to resonate in society. 5. The erasure of Seneca Village, a heartbreaking tale of displacement. In Seneca Village, the Black community thrived despite the obstacles they faced. They built a school to educate their children and fostered a variety of small businesses, including a bustling grocery store, a skilled shoemaker, and a talented blacksmith. Yet, life was far from easy. Discriminatory laws were constantly being imposed, aiming to restrict their freedoms and hinder their opportunities. But the people of Seneca Village persevered, creating a prosperous and tightly knit community on the outskirts of New York City. As the city grew, however, the wealthy and influential had grand visions of reshaping the area. Dreaming of a massive green oasis, a park that we now know as Central Park. But what many don't realize is that this beloved park was built on the graveyard of Seneca Village, a thriving Black town that was tragically erased. In 1853, and again in 1855, the New York State Legislature passed laws that granted the city the power to seize land, including the land owned by Black residents of Seneca Village, to make way for the park's development. The city accused the residents of being a public nuisance, despite the village's vibrant community life. Schools, businesses, and homes that had been painstakingly built were wiped away in the blink of an eye. In 1857, the city forcibly displaced the residents, leaving them homeless and heartbroken. Many Black families were forced to relocate to Manhattan's Lower East Side, far from the community they had worked so hard to establish. The land was cleared, and Central Park began to take shape, but at the cost of a flourishing Black community. This tragic story of Seneca Village is a stark reminder of how systemic racism and forced displacement have devastated Black communities throughout American history. Despite their resilience and efforts to build a better life, the residents of Seneca Village were marginalized and abandoned by a government that failed to protect their rights. The wealthy elites, with their grand vision for a park, showed little regard for the well-being of the Black families who had built the town. The erasure of Seneca Village stands as a heartbreaking example of how progress has often come at the expense of marginalized communities. With their lives and legacies buried under the green landscapes we enjoy today. 6. The hidden legacy of Seneca Village and Vanport's rise and fall. The loss of Seneca Village left a deep and lasting impact on the African American residents who were forcibly removed from their homes, dreams, and businesses. Their displacement signaled not only the erasure of a thriving Black community but also a broader pattern of discrimination and systemic racism in the United States. Today, The only visible reminder of Seneca Village is a plaque erected in 2001, honoring the lost village. This plaque serves as a powerful symbol of the vibrant Black communities that have been erased throughout history. Though Seneca Village may be gone, its legacy endures as a testament to the resilience of its people and the ongoing struggle for justice and equality. During World War II, the state of Oregon witnessed the rapid emergence of a town called Vanport. Initially, Vanport was not a place of much significance, but the war brought about a transformation that altered its destiny forever. As shipbuilding industries boomed to support the war effort, Vanport rose to prominence, becoming the second largest city in Oregon. Vanport was built to house the growing workforce, many of whom were African Americans who had moved north in search of jobs and better opportunities. For a time, Vanport symbolized a melting pot of hope, where diverse communities, including Black families, contributed to the war effort and sought better lives. However, this rapid growth would come at a high cost. Vanport's construction was rushed, with little attention paid to long-term sustainability. The town was built on a floodplain, which would ultimately prove to be a fatal flaw. In 1948, after years of racial tension and social struggles, a catastrophic flood struck Vanport, destroying the entire town in a matter of hours. Thousands of residents, including many African Americans, were left homeless, their lives turned upside down by the devastating flood. The city that had once symbolized opportunity was wiped off the map, and its residents, much like those of Seneca Village, were displaced and left to rebuild their lives from scratch. The story of Vanport, much like Seneca Village, highlights the fragile nature of Black communities that thrived for a time but were ultimately destroyed by a combination of neglect, systemic racism, and natural disasters. Both Seneca Village and Vanport serve as reminders of the resilience and enduring spirit of those who built them, and the long-standing struggle for justice, equality, and recognition. 7. Vanport. A tale of opportunity, injustice, and tragedy. The booming wartime economy in the 1940s brought African Americans from the southern states to Oregon, eager to escape the grip of Jim Crow laws and seize new job opportunities. However, there was an underlying bitterness to this promise of a better life. Due to systemic racism, the Albina neighborhood in Portland was the only legally designated area where Black residents could live. This, combined with a housing shortage brought on by the war effort, led to the creation of Vanport, a temporary solution constructed in haste. Perhaps too much haste, on a floodplain. At its peak, Vanport was home to 40,000 residents, many of them African American, living in a bustling, albeit precariously built, community. It offered a sense of hope and refuge, yet its very foundation seemed to reflect the racial inequalities of the time. Whether by poor planning or deliberate neglect, the decision to build the city on a floodplain had catastrophic consequences. In 1948, the Columbia River, usually a source of life, became an unstoppable force of destruction. Without warning, it flooded with such fury that the entire city of Vanport was wiped out in just one day. Over 18,500 families, including a significant number of African Americans, were suddenly left homeless. Their lives forever changed by the waters that consumed their homes and dreams. This devastating flood, like other instances of Black communities being displaced or destroyed, raises uncomfortable questions. Was this disaster merely an accident of poor planning, or a reflection of systemic disregard for Black lives and neighborhoods? The tragedy of Vanport is often overlooked in mainstream history lessons, leaving many unaware of how deeply systemic racism ran, even in moments of natural disaster. Did you know about this systemic flooding and the erasure of Black communities like Vanport? Do you think this part of Black history is sufficiently taught in schools?
No.
Let us know your thoughts about how deliberate and tragic these incidents are. If you'd like to...
Yeah. So they've been doing this shit for a minute.
Yep.
What are your thoughts, Lady Chan?
They asked us if we ever knew about it. Yeah, of course we did. They've been doing erasure since God knows how long. It's only gonna get worse if we allow it. With the start of AI and just in general, they're erasing everything with, like being able to find out things, and we're lucky that we have content creators that are like, telling us our history
Right.
through books and whatnot. Several FBA brothers that have been reading, doing like first source and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like I can name off like a whole handful of channels that I follow and listen to. It's teaching us things. A lot of things are new. That's like part of like what Lily Ford Jr. said. We're always learning.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you
Still
can't be
learning.
closed off to these nuances, that these new things that they never taught us. Well, first of all, I can't really speak for everybody, but I didn't have a real school education, so I'm self-taught. I didn't have an education because I became a ward of the state at a very young age. So I didn't have an education, like a solid one. So I'm self-taught. So all this stuff I never really being that um my mother's my mother, I had a lot of confusion, so I kicked all that out and um recodified and re-educated myself, and I feel a lot better after doing all that, because everything is just so simplified. But I'm learning so much more, and the more I dig into like finding out, basic things like my lineage, because I'm basically like an orphan, basically.
Yeah.
So I don't have it. I'm like the last of the Mohicans. In my family. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know. I had a different father than my brother, and a mother that didn't really, mother was never there. So all the stuff that I'm learning about where my people come from is all sorts of exciting, um, kind of discouraging, and it's like a puzzle of missing gaps and pieces and things like that, and I feel encouraged, but I also feel more encouraged by the brothers that read certain books and things like that to us, that are explaining either Aboriginal history or the slave trading within the United States, things like that. Mike TV, for example, that's a good one too. Even the stuff that I learned like off of like Ruby TV, which is totally the opposite of what everybody thought. You know what I mean? All these things are like good information, and it only makes me feel a lot better that I was right for majority of everything that I've been learning without even knowing. You know what I mean? The histories and things like that were kept away from me because of racial white supremacy, and the lack thereof, or being falling through the cracks type systemic ward of state type shit. You know what I mean? These kind of things are like really important for like a mulatto like me. You know what I mean? Fair skinned mulatto. They're very important because like all the stuff I learned just today off of like 2 pieces of information was like, whoa. You know what I mean? And it was encouraging, discouraging, sad a little bit, because I'm on a different mission. You know what I mean? I'm on like what is it? Asset forfeiture, asset sequestering. Yeah, I'm after like what was stolen from me. What was left to me and stolen from me like 3 times. So I'm kind of on a mission of my own little mission, you know? And not to take away from our actual Black agenda and our actual goal. I'm just on a different level with it because I have to learn so much about my people in all the different lines. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got like 4 grandparents?
Yep.
Yeah. That's 4 different levels of history that I have to learn or I have to understand and piece it all together. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
4 different routes that all lead to some sort of, foundational Black American soil type-esque situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And exciting and sad. It's exciting and sad because the people that you would want to ask the type of questions you need to ask, they're nowhere to be found. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to do it. And I don't feel like paying that $65 fucking fraudulent, DNA test.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to tell you. We already know that those are fraudulent things. We already know that they're there. The incentive is to take your data, steal it, whatever. And the incentive is, you get to know a little bit about what part of the world you may come from. And all that shit is already known. You know what I mean? You know it just being from the swell. You know where you come from. You know what you know. And no one can tell you differently. You just have to go on a journey to find out. So I'm glad about knowing all these little histories with these content creators that are reading stuff, because there are things that in each state that we would have never known about, like Oklahoma. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which have the most Black towns.
Right. Things like that. And in a lot of these towns, some of them are buried underwater.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Completely. Like if we just shut the lights off of the fucking sun, the fucking whole fucking United States is haunted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got us creeping around at night, ghosting it, because there's all kinds of unmarked graves.
Mm-hmm.
There's all kinds of cities underwater. They were washed away because of white supremacy, racism, bombed.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Tulsa.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like there's one lady left.
Yep.
And they're waiting her out. You know what I mean? And that's that BS. Right?
She's 111 years old.
Right. Well, I was on the RVA yesterday. I showed y'all another Black family that was being tested on by the fucking military.
Yep.
And didn't realize it. Didn't know, but knew, but didn't know, and they couldn't. And it's all hush hush classified, and that's that bullshit. You know what I mean? And they're like a whole project, a whole community just bombed. You know what I mean? They were poisoning like orphan children. You think it's all bad? Like this, our history, our shit is so in depth and ingrained. I don't even think any buffer class $5 pretendian, the whites, little hats, any other foreigners that came in could even remotely touch foundational Black American, freedmen, Aboriginal people.
Right.
With all the amount of fucking pain, loss, some joyous moments. You know what I mean? The unmarked graves, the fucking high mortality rate of our babies. Like that was crazy yesterday. You know what I mean? All these things, like, and then they're trying to push erasure because of fear, because they're being like, whatever. And in reality, they just fucking fuck more and produce babies. Fuck, like, what's that our problem? You know what I mean? That ain't our problem. We don't got a problem making babies. We got a problem keeping babies.
Right.
And keeping them to a whole year. That shit, 15.3% in Mississippi, with a high infant mortality rate.
Yep.
Out of every other fucking race, cuz.
That's by systematic design.
That's a design, right? And there's no way to protect these sisters, their babies. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? Like, what's really going on? And we already know what's really going on. And there's no way to like, save them from that type of shit. It's really fucked up. So I'm glad for all this new education. I wish like Chewbacca could get on board with it because he would see it's kind of freeing when you just have to just let it go
Mm.
and you just learn some shit. You know what I mean? You'd be surprised that your people might actually be from this tribe or that tribe or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those people. You know what I mean? Really be fucking surprised. I'm surprised every day of the shit I learned. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I really think that it's sad, and I think that also too, we're at a time right now in this time where they don't care about taking our housing or our medical away from us and putting us out on the street only to have us arrested or put it in some sort of mental kind of chaos like they wanted to, like in our city. Cause remember when they were promoting that?
Yeah.
You're out on the street, they were gonna lock you up.
Yeah.
They just let out like my dad said, they just let out 170 people lost their job, 170 families. What that lead to? Homelessness.
Yeah.
Then they take away the Medicaid and 100 million in housing. What that lead to?
Homelessness.
All because of what? The answer is illegal migrants. They came in from what, 2021 to 25?
Yeah.
Bankrupted our city and everything. And they want to blame black people for everything. But in reality, they're worried about the fucking wrong shit. They're worried about the military coming into these fucking stupid ass cities like ours. Like we never had, like, think about it like that. We never had the fucking National Guard here. We did.
Right there under George Floyd.
We did. And the pandemic. You know what I mean?
And the sorry y'all, the internet died. Alright, I'm back.
Sorry about that. But carry on, Jesse. I was over there ranting until figured out the internet went out.
All right, so I completely lost what I was gonna say.
What do you think about the people being under the water, under the lost cities? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Give me your thoughts.
I was gonna say we're owe reparations for all of this.
Everything. Everything.
We had thousands of black towns that were burnt to the ground, destroyed, flooded, eminent domain. We owe it for all of that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so moving along, the post office. How the post office outsmarted Jim Crow.
How the hell we did that?
Office turned your porch into a place of power. Money orders by slip helped your grandparents beat Jim Crow. Today, we're going to talk about how the post office turned your porch into a place of power. Money orders bypassed hostile banks. Rural free delivery brought letters and packages to your front doorstep, and parcel posts with COD made sure that you only paid when your packages were delivered. So join us today for how the post office helped Black folks outsmart Jim Crow. I'm your host, Country Boy, and if you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. But without further ado, let's get started. So, how do we get here? Before there was the United States, there was mail. In 1792, Congress made two big promises: cheap newspaper postage to spread information and legal protection for your letters. That promise was scaled up with railroads, city delivery in 1863, and clerks sorting mail on trains. In 1864, money orders began to let people without bank accounts send funds with a federal receipt. After the Civil War, Reconstruction briefly opened federal posts to Black Americans, including postmasters. Then Jim Crow happened, disenfranchisement, and the Supreme Court's Plessy versus Ferguson decision cemented separate but equal. Debt traps at crop lien stores and the closing of banks to Black Americans. But even so, the federal network kept expanding. In 1879, second-class rates supercharged the Black press. In 1883, civil service exams began chipping away at patronage. The rural free delivery was tested in 1896 and went nationwide in 1902, and the postal savings opened in 1911. All of this culminated January 1st, 1913, with the parcel post launch with pay at the door COD. All of this unfolded with the tightening of the racial order, including segregation inside federal workplaces, and that tension and an expanding federal lifeline in a society closing ranks is the crossroads of this episode. Firstly, money orders. Idea is that you pay a small fee, you got a federal receipt, and the value was sent through mail. There was no local banker needed. A church treasurer could leave Sunday service at the window, buy a money order. That receipt in her purse was federal protection. Next, rural free delivery. The mail came to your porch. There was no risky trip uptown. Carriers brought letters, newspapers, catalogs straight to rural homes. If you were a Black family on a back road, that was more than convenience. It was a shield. Sears and Montgomery Ward printed prices in ink with a faceless transaction, no storefront surveillance, no ritual of humiliation. The rural free delivery even pushed counties to name roads and number houses and provide them with decent roads with a little federal nudge. Then all of this culminated with the parcel post. Before that, private express companies controlled packages over 4 pounds and charged rural customers the most. The parcel post pulled heavy goods into a public rate. In 6 months, Americans shipped more than 300 million packages. Sears orders multiplied 5-fold within that year. Tools, seeds, Canning jars, school supplies, things you needed to build a life landed on the same porch with the same prices, no matter the city that you lived in. Tied into the parcel post came COD, which was cash on delivery. The carrier didn't hand over the box until the exact amount was paid at the door. There was no money vanishing into the void, no begging the merchant for credit. You paid when your goods arrived. If something was wrong, there was a paper trail and the federal government behind your back. So imagine this. A mother in Mississippi fills out a postal money order. She tucks that receipt in her Bible. She mails the order to a Chicago catalog for 2 pairs of school shoes and a sack of feed. Days later, a rural carrier in khaki steps on their porch with a parcel. He won't hand it over until the exact amount is paid on delivery. She counts the bills, signs the receipts, and opens the box with her kids watching. There was no haggling, no humiliation, just what she ordered, backed by a system that the local courthouse couldn't twist. Additionally, information moved the exact same way. Discounted second-class rates in 1879 made newspapers cheap to ship. Black newspapers like the Chicago Defender, the Pittsburgh Courier, the Norfolk Journal and Guide built Southern readers from Northern press. The Chicago Defender's call for the Great Northern Drive and the Courier's Double V campaign spread news and possibility local newspapers would not print. When officials tried to block delivery, Pullman porters hand-delivered bundles off the train. Meanwhile, inside those papers, job ads, housing leads, train schedules, legal advice, organizing calls, and real calls to action. Another facet of this was the Postal Savings, which was created in 1911. It was a government-run savings bank operated through post offices. Anyone with a few dollars could earn interest with the United States guarantee. During the bank panic of the 1930s, deposits swelled because people believed in that guarantee. Churches would save their building funds there, parents saved their tuition and train fare, and because these dollars sat inside the postal system, you could turn those savings into money orders on the spot. And through all of this, the post office was not just a service, it was an employer, it was work. Civil service exams in the 1880s opened the door just a crack. As the RFD and the parcel post expanded, hiring did too. By the mid-century, tens of thousands of Black Americans worked as carriers, clerks, railway clerks, and postmasters, and created one of the surest ladders into the Black middle class. Steady income plus public standing turned postal workers into NAACP leaders, union organizers, and local officials. However, these protections were real, but not absolute. In Indianola, Mississippi, when white supremacists tried to drive out the postmaster, Theodore Roosevelt refused her resignation. In 1903, he shut the office rather than surrender to federal authority, rerouting Indianola's mail for more than a year. But in Lake City, South Carolina, after Fraser Baker was appointed the postmaster in 1898, a mob burned the office and murdered him and his infant daughter. Federal prosecutors brought indictments, but an all-white jury refused to convict. Without a federal anti-lynching law, even Washington's reach had hit its limits. Starting in 1913, Postmaster General Albert Burleson and the Wilson administration segregated many federal workplaces, including the post office. Separate facilities, stalled promotions, even photo requirements on applications, narrowing opportunities, especially in Washington. Still, compared to most jobs available in the South, postal work offered rare security, dignity, and a measure of protection. So why does any of this matter? In the short term, it offered fair price, wider choice, and transactions with dignity at home. The Crop Lean store lost its chokehold when catalogs printed prices for all to see and cash on delivery held the money until the goods showed up. Families could save safely, pay bills on time, and ship what they needed without asking for permission. Information flowed through local sensors, helping fuel the Great Migration with maps, job leads, and a sense of what could be possible. In the long term, a federal habit, a belief earned, receipt by receipt, that some systems could be made to work for Black people, even under Jim Crow. The postmark became proof. The porch became a courier no one could tilt. And postal jobs helped build the Black middle class that could organize, vote, and push progress forward. In the end, the post office didn't end segregation or violence, and federal workplaces themselves were also segregated. But postal tools opened up channels Jim Crow tried to close, and millions of Black households used them to claim choice, safety, and self-reliance. Thank you. I'm your host, Country Boy, and this has been One Mic Black History, and this was the story of how the post office outsmarted Jim Crow. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at One Mic.
Like that.
Shout out to Country Boy for that history of the post office and how it was used to outsmart Jim Crow.
I liked it.
Yeah.
That was smart too.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it.
Yeah, I like it too. All right, so moving along, we got white supremacy isn't just police, it's the whole system. Wow, there's crazy shit going on outside my window. Let's see. All right, so shout out to Kukizi, the brother does our intro track. It was in the chat earlier, he might still be in here, but this is from his channel.
Spotted. The system of white supremacy, we live under a... Now, Aurora showed us again what we already know. We live under a system of white supremacy. And here's how you can always spot it. The system of white supremacy reveals itself in three ways. They'll downplay our pain, they'll ignore it, or they'll just side with the cops in the system. And that's how it works. That's the pattern. Over and over, it's not just the police, they're just the enforcement arm. The system takes everyday people, judges, teachers, doctors, media, politicians, and even some of our own to uphold it. So what do? First, we identify the behavior. Pay attention to who's silent, who's making excuses, and who's on the wrong side. Second, we delegitimize them. Stop giving them shine. Stop feeding their clout. And when they run to us for support, clown them fools. Third, we cut off their access. Don't let opportunists eat off us while siding against us. They don't get to steal our ideas, swagger, or energy anymore. Because at the end of the day, white supremacy doesn't survive without collaborators. And once we start stripping that away, the system starts to crack. And that's the slam dunk. If you're not fighting white supremacy, you're feeding it. Yep. That's the end of today's daily report. But I'd like to give a shout out to Black Truth United for your contribution to the channel. Thank you very much. And if you would like to support what I'm doing, all donations are appreciated, but not mandatory. However, go follow Black Truth United. Very intelligent brother. Yes, he's on YouTube. Very good channel right there. Yeah. So make sure you go check out that channel and support that brother.
You know the deal. Foundational Black Americans.
All right, thank you for that, Kukizi. Yes, the whole damn system is guilty. And they're all complicit.
Yep.
Even some of our own people. All right, so the next topic is why Black Americans are called xenophobic and don't join ICE protests.
Is that still going on?
Yes, that's still going on.
For real?
Yes. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
Not even.
Having a lot of friction with these illegal.
They woke up.
Because I moved.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, since we've been having a lot of friction with these illegals and these immigrants over here, you know, they have been calling us xenophobic, despite the fact that they won't deal with the fact that a lot of their interaction with us is a reaction to their negativity towards us. And I just think it is weird. It is absolutely weird for somebody from the Caribbean, somebody from Africa to step foot on America and use white supremacist talking points on us. I guess they didn't take a good look at some of those locations that they come from. Okay, in the Caribbean and in Africa, y'all got dirt roads that have never ever been paved. Y'all have homes and everything that are dilapidated and have not been worked on and kept up for years. I remember when I was growing up, we would always hear about homes collapsing. Every time there was a storm in the Caribbean, homes would collapse because y'all just live in them homes. You don't maintain them and you don't keep them up. And y'all do the same thing in Africa. Y'all don't maintain them homes. You just live in them. And how do you come from an environment like that and cross an ocean to come and criticize us? And when I listen to some of them speak, they literally believe that we are living as bad as the people in shanty towns over there in Africa.
Oh my God.
And look, the hood looks like paradise compared to some of these locations these folks come from. And for them to step foot over here and try to look down on us is a joke.
Soft pause.
Our forefathers built this country. How the hell did lazy people build a country, build this nation? White people sure didn't do it. And you see what they're doing in farming. Instead of getting out there and doing their own work, they sitting around crying and watching their crops rot. So they damn sure didn't do it. Just like they're not even trying to maintain their farmlands. And this is exactly how they were when they got here. If you look at Jamestown, they were literally dying off. The only reason why they stopped dying is because the slaves came in there and started taking care of them. But prior to that, they were literally dying. Their crops failed. They could not make it on their own. And it wasn't just Jamestown, it was other colonies. These folks couldn't make it on their own. And you can see to this very day, when it comes down to those migrants getting deported from their farms and being detained, you see they can't maintain their farms without the help of others. First, it was our people, and now it's the migrants. See, when everybody is taken away from them, they can't take care of themselves. They can't take care of their farms. They're on videos crying about their livestock need to be attended to and their farms need to be harvested and they need to do, because they can't do it by themselves, y'all. They never could. This is not just an example. This is what's been going on since they've been on this soil. But they try to act like they are so self-sufficient. They haven't been self-sufficient a day in their life in America.
Turn the camera off.
And this is why they keep the prison system crowded with the descendants of slaves, because it is just another way to keep slavery going, because they can't live without it. They are not a self-sufficient group.
California.
At all. So now here we got these immigrants, they got it easy when our people started in this land, it was not really built. It was not really established. Okay. And they exploited our labor for over 256 years. And then we went through 90 years of Jim Crow. I mean, these people can't do nothing themselves. They got to figure out a way to keep us detained and keep us down on the bottom because they benefit from that.
Yeah.
So instead of understanding those things, these immigrants come here and they just jump on the bandwagon with white supremacy.
Yep, they sure do, Lisa.
And this is why nobody trusts y'all. This is why you can't be trusted.
Mm-hmm.
In Africa, aren't those Chinese people beating your ass up in your own land? I've seen the videos, and many of my people seen them videos.
Yeah, Lisa.
Them Chinese people will pick up sticks and canes and beat the hell out of y'all. And y'all don't do nothing to them.
Yeah. They beating them with bamboo sticks.
That's right.
And as far as your resources, yeah, you got resources under your feet in the ground. And everybody in Europe is coming over there taking your resources, and you can't even have your own resources that you walk around on in your land. You can't even have your own resource. But you think you can come over here and give us advice? You don't have no advice to give us. You don't have no advice to give us. What kind of advice can people that's being occupied in their own land over in Africa give us? Not just certain parts of Africa. The whole damn continent is being occupied by Chinese and Europeans. But you think you should come over here and give us advice. And as far as single mothers, because y'all seem to love harping on single mothers in our community, you mofos got orphanages all over Africa.
Yep, they sure do, Lisa.
Okay, we may have the single mother issue, but if you got orphanages, that means no mother or father is taking care of those children. So how the hell do you believe that's better than at least one parent stepping up to the plate? Some of y'all are ass backwards for real. You know, I just can't. So I'm going to share my screen so you can hear some of the reaction of our people when they're called xenophobic. Xenophobic of all things. And this is coming from Africans that sound like white supremacists. Go figure. Okay.
Come around and hit you with the belt like that little girl did.
Now they can't reach it.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Now they can't reach it.
Well, you know, they're
never in my life.
Politicians have screwed them over. Whenever they get money from different nations, they just pocket the money. They don't take care of their people with that money. But you know what? It's up to you to fix that corruption instead of running all the way over here. You know, I will never accept no one from Mexico, no one from Africa or the Caribbeans coming over here telling us you're better. No, see, you should be better in your homeland. I will always say that. Why do you have to cross an ocean in order to be better? Why couldn't you be better up in your homeland? Go be better there. Okay, let's get started.
That's the reason to stop me. I don't want to go to jail because she called. She's never loved me ever. You beat me. Even know.
On a recent episode of Jessie Boo's podcast, she was discussing how she feels like when Black folks say that they're not, helping out with any other protests concerning like immigration, she think it's xenophobic for Black folks to say that. She says that basically she's saying that we need to be all inclusive and to help each other out, even if we're not immigrants or even if we're Black Americans. And I'm just going to show the clip.
And I'm sorry. Why are you choosing to say this ain't our fight?
It's not.
The moment you see Black and brown people
being
hurled off into detention centers or being put into these dark basements with no water, no electricity, no food. They're being sent to countries that they're not even from. Like, why are you choosing that moment to say this is not our fight?
Because we got our own problems.
That's not our fight.
That's fine.
Mind your own Black business.
Well, let me just respond to this. We went through chattel slavery, and many of you over in Africa knew our people were in slavery here in the U.S. In all of those centuries, none of y'all spoke up. None of y'all tried to do anything to free us.
We made it easy for you to come here.
None of you have tried to talk to the politicians about freeing us when our people were being lynched. Who over in Africa and the Caribbean stood up for us? Who in Mexico stood up for us when we were being lynched? Y'all knew this stuff was going on with us.
Because it's not our fight.
You were fully aware of the slavery and all the hell our people went through. When Jim Crow was going on, where was the Africans? Where was the Caribbeans? Where was the Mexicans or anybody from South America? You didn't speak up for us. And I'm sick and tired of people expecting us to do for them what they have failed to do for us.
Exactly, Lisa.
I am sick of that mess.
We're not kept to say.
Y'all knew about all of this stuff.
Country, exactly.
And you keep saying we're Africans, we're Africans. Well, how come the African nations have not embraced us and said, look, come back. We'll give you money. We'll give you land. Just come home. None of you have done that. None. None. So it is time to understand you have not supported us in hundreds of years. So stop looking for us to support you when things go wrong. We have been going through pure hell up in this land. Pure hell. And nobody has thrown us a lifeline in the Caribbean, in Africa, Europe, none of these places around the world. Nobody has thrown us a lifeline. So, dear, stand on your own 2 feet. Fend for yourself. We have every right to take that position. So for you to sit there and talk about it's wrong that we're not helping you. Well, it was wrong that y'all didn't help us for centuries. That was wrong too.
It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up.
We don't owe you nothing.
I feel nothing.
If things aren't going right for you, you got a homeland to go back to. Carry your ass back over there. Stop looking around for us to run to your rescue. If you know things ain't right, get your ass back home. That's what you do. Go home.
Right. Go home and build your homeland.
Why are you choosing such a violent moment
right.
where other Black and brown people are experiencing violence? This is not my fight. This is not my fight.
Right.
Oh, no.
You're inciting xenophobia. You're literally fostering a comment section where folks are going to come in and say all types of disgusting things about other groups of Black and brown people. Let's just be honest here. The thing about xenophobia is...
Okay, so as you saw in the clip, Jessie will basically explain that she feels like when Black Americans are saying that this is not their fight and that they should not, they're not supporting the protests, right? I don't agree with the inhumane treatment of humans. I think it's terrible. But I think, you know, I think some people are just like missing the point. I think sometimes Black folks, especially Black Americans who have been here for generations, we have like racism, like fatigue. Like we're tired of like the same rhetoric. We're tired of trying to tell folks this is the way we need to move, and people just do not do it. 92% of Black women voted for Kamala Harris, and so many other folks voted for Donald Trump. You know, so I think it's more so, I don't think Black people mean any harm by saying it's not their fight. I think it's more so like, hey, we tried to warn everyone this would happen, and you guys still voted how you wanted to vote. The treatment Donald Trump is displaying of humans is not right. It's inhumane, but I also don't think that Black people should be looked at as a tool to pick up and help fight for things, especially when we've been fighting for generations. Our grandparents, great-grandparents have been fighting in this country for equality, for equity, and we still have barely gotten it, and we have not gotten reparations. So the only fight I think is worth Black people fighting for is some sort of reparations for our people and our ancestors. Other than that, we vote a certain way, we tell people to vote a certain way, and folks do not want to listen. You know, so I don't necessarily agree with Jesse on that. I do understand that it is an inhumane treatment that's being displayed, of course, by Donald Trump and his folks, you know, but if it's not the fight of Black people, we did our fighting. You know, when we went in there and we voted for Kamala Harris, we fought. But to look at us as like a tool to pick up and to help fight the good fight, that's not what we're here for, you know?
I don't appreciate being called divisive because I'm not letting things slide. So I saw a couple of videos. One video was this woman, she was saying, you know, we need to wrap it up as far as the African braiding shops go, because we've been seeing videos of them fighting us, fighting each other, being extremely rude, not being professional, overcharging us. Just a whole bunch of craziness been going on in these African braiding shops. And I was like, you know what? I agree. Like I've seen not all of them, because I've been to a couple that were friendly. This is when I used to get my hair braided all the time. But now if I get my hair braided, my mom braids my hair. And, you know, some of them are nice and kind, but a lot of them are not. And then they're like, oh, you're being divisive. Oh, trust, we won't be good without y'all. We don't need you. It's like, sweetheart, in America, the people who patronize the hair African braiding shops are primarily Black American women. Like we are a huge source of revenue and income. We literally go and frequent everyone's businesses. We've never even made the distinction like, oh, well, they're an African, they're Caribbean. Yes, we know, but because we've always had the same hue of complexion, we've always supported every goddamn ethnicity, every cultural background. We've always supported everybody, especially if they look like us. But to be subjected to continuous disrespect, for them to be in the comments, because the lady said, oh, I keep seeing these videos, instead of saying, oh, that's unfortunate, you know, that people are fighting and you guys are getting rude treatment. No, they start to be xenophobic. They love this word xenophobic now. They start to be xenophobic and anti-Black American in the comments. Oh, well, y'all don't have no sense of unity. Y'all don't have no family trust. We gonna be good without y'all. And it's like, yo, y'all are able to migrate here because of us. You're able to walk around freely looking like a Black American because of the civil rights movement. And I'm going to keep yelling that from the rooftop because I don't think that they understand. If this was not 2025, they wouldn't be able to have African hair braiding shops and their restaurants and everything that they have. You wouldn't have the same liberties. You wouldn't be able to go to any school and get a nursing degree or whatever else it is that you do when you come over here to set up shop. We've always supported. We've popularized their music. We eat at their restaurants. We patronize their businesses. So I don't understand why there's so much discord and so much blatant disrespect. And they're mad because I use my voice to say, no, that's what you're not going to do, because without Black American dollars, not even just y'all's businesses, but a lot of the economy would be on bended fucking knee. We are some of the biggest consumers in this country, and we make shit cool. Right. We do. And I know a lot of people don't want to admit it. That's why they look down on us and try to talk crazy, because they know who we are. Right. We are the Pulse. It is what it is. And we're just not going for the blatant disrespect. So if this means that I'm divisive because we are reacting to what you all are saying and doing, Y'all just want us to continue to just shut the fuck up and allow y'all to disrespect us and still give y'all our money. That's not happening. And they're like, oh, what about the Asian people? Y'all don't say that about the Asian. I said, yes, we do. Check my content. Everybody can fucking get it. These words is E for every fucking body. I talk about every and anybody. Any of y'all who know and watch my content, ain't nobody fucking above reproach.
Anybody.
The smoke is for everybody. Whoever is being disrespectful, out of line, talking crazy, getting crazy, anybody can get it. We don't even patronize the Asian nail salons like that anymore. We go to nail techs, and a lot of us are doing press-ons because we are not accepting the blatant disrespect for them either.
I don't want to hear shit.
And that's like, oh, you let them do it, so why can't we be disrespectful? Like, this is just it. Enough is enough. Spread love is the Brooklyn way, and happy Juneteenth. I don't care. We're gonna keep calling it out.
They're like,
so you're calling me a xenophobic because I don't want other groups of people coming inside my culture, pushing their narratives and their own people inside of something that was started for Black Americans, like the Essence Festival. I mean, shit.
I have to watch you.
If that's the case, you might as well call me the xenophobic king. Because listen, I believe in elite division. I believe in separation, delineation, all of that. Yeah. This whole narrative that Black people got to all come together as one collective group, don't nobody do that shit. So I don't know why they trying to enforce it on us. Look at Asia. The Japanese don't like Chinese. There's no problem. They respect each other's culture. You motherfuckers don't know respect and get mad when you get called out for it. Listen, I'm not no Pan-Africanist. And I don't believe in everybody being one. But if there is one story from Africa or one leader from Africa that I do admire, or I do like his teachings, it's Shaka Zulu. If you paid attention to Shaka Zulu and his story, he believed in division. He understood that all skin folks ain't kin folks. And he led with that. And while everybody thought he was crazy for thinking that other tribes of Blacks weren't one group of people and everybody had their own agenda, when he died, sooner or later, they came to find out that the fall of the empire came from bringing all groups of people inside their tribe. See what I'm saying? So as a Black American, I'm taking that same teaching, taking that same example, and then applying it to my people. Don't let all the motherfuckers in here. Not all of them deserve to be here.
Right.
So call it what you want. Xenophobic, racist, prejudice, all that shit. I'm all of it. We here now. The delineation is here. Whether you want to call yourself FBA, ADOS, it's happening. And don't feel bad because these other groups of people, they're not coming to America to help us. They're coming to America to do what they did at Essence Festival, which is take over the things that we started, the things that we built, and they want a part of it. They just want to take. See what I'm saying? But haven't you noticed everything that they touch that we built, it starts to fall apart? Right. So we got to be like Shaka Zulu. Cut them out.
Now, after everything happened with Amanda Seals, are y'all gonna retire calling us xenophobic? Those of us that was ahead of the curve, that was telling y'all, hey, hey, we was running like damn Paul Revere. The CIA is coming. The CIA is coming. And they foreign. And y'all was like, y'all xenophobic. Y'all xenophobic. Bitch, we had tried to tell y'all. We had tried to tell y'all. We was out of breath. And we was running, trying to let y'all know. Now, I have been coming around this a whole for a while now and been asking qualifying questions. That's why I'm glad that Amanda had caught that shit and was like, where are you from? Okay, because you know they used to ask us that question. Now we asking them that question. Because I got a whole list of questions. How long your mama been Black? How long your mama been identifying as Black? Right? You got to ask these type of questions, sit up here and weed them out. Why ask them, when did Black people in America start identifying as Black and why? Okay, because a lot of them don't know the answer to that question. I assure you, that's gonna weed a lot of them out. Okay, you got to ask them very important qualifying questions.
Only use specific.
And I did a video before where I told y'all, I said if you just let them talk long enough, it'll come out. Okay, it'll start to come out. They can't. Eventually there's going to be some type of wild ass anti-Blackness that doesn't make sense. Okay. And they don't know the difference between holding Black people accountable and Black accountability and just straight up anti-Blackness and white supremacy. Right. Usually when Black people talk about accountability in the Black American community, we also understand the systemic factors that play into these situations. So how we're going to frame it is going to be completely different. But oftentimes when they say shit,
they don't consider the systemic factors at all because they really have no type of experience or connection with those systemic factors. So it doesn't make sense to them. Okay. So that's another thing. The only time they understand some type of systemic outer force, right, or outer situation is when they talking about how America destabilized their country. When they talking about how somebody came and colonized their shit. Outside of that, when it comes to other groups of Black people, right, especially Black Americans, they don't understand none of that stuff. It just does not register to them that this could be orchestrated, that the things that the Black American community have faced are orchestrated by the government. So it's kind of like, bitch, you think our government came and hopped all the way outside of America, destabilized your shit, but it is absolutely unfathomable to you that they destabilized the Black American community, right? They don't even have any kind of realm or knowledge of the Reconstruction era of Black American history. They really don't know nothing about Black American history. The Reconstruction era of Black American history, they don't know that we had Black congressmen in the 1800s, right? They don't know that. They don't know that we had whole free societies, okay, in the 1700s. They don't know none of that, okay? Their knowledge of Black American history is extremely limited. Okay, it is as limited as, you know, what they're taught in school and what YT people say about Black American history. Okay, there's a whole bunch that they do not know. Okay, so you know, once you get into those type of conversations, it starts to come out that they really don't be knowing what they're talking about, and what they do is use a lot of faux intellectualism that they got from some university, okay, that does not really capture the full Black experience. They don't have that firsthand experience. It's something they read in an article. It's something they read in a book. That's where it's always going to come from. Not, I seen this. Like if I was to describe gentrification, if many of us were to describe gentrification, we're describing it from a place of seeing it, of experiencing it. They're describing it from what a peer-reviewed study said. And you can tell that. It's not something that's innate or organic, right? That doesn't exist. Even if they were to talk about racism or systemic oppression, like I could always spot out their takes because of this. It's not a lived thing that they fully grasp and have a handle on. You can tell that they didn't have the parents and the grandparents and the great grandparents that was passing down this knowledge and information. They didn't have that. They don't know when certain things turned the corner for the Black American community, when economic alienation happened, various different stuff like that. What really led to the demise of the Black American family, stuff like that. They don't know none of that. They don't know none of that. And they really don't have any grace at all for Black American people. And that always comes out. That always comes out. So that's that. And I'm glad that she caught that microaggression. You guys, because they do that a lot. You guys, it's like you people, okay? They don't see the YT supremacy that's in them. They only see what they think is YT supremacy in us, which is weird because they don't even grasp YT supremacy for YT people, but somehow figure out YT supremacy when we say something they don't like. Oh, now y'all acting like white people. Now y'all acting American. Like, it's weird. And even the fact that they were in denial and convinced themselves, every Black American person knows that Black American people are American. The fact that they really did not know that we were American, that comes out in them too. No. That comes out in them too. So yeah.
I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers or anything, but am I the only person, Black African-American person, who remembers when anybody else who was a part of the African diaspora used to differentiate themselves from us? Like, oh, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican. I'm not Black, I'm Haitian. I'm not Black, I'm Panamanian. But now it's like, bro, we're all Black.
Dear Africans and other Black people of the diaspora, Black Americans are not your children. You do realize we are the only group of people that took a racial derogatory term used against us and turned it into a term of endearment, right? You're begging for unity, but you're disrespecting us in the same sentences. We feel absolutely zero shame when you call us xenophobic. And we're proud of our ancestors that overcame slavery and Jim Crow. So please carry on.
I'm so over the xenophobic comments. Like, pack it the fuck up. Pack it up. Whenever we say, hey, y'all are trying to erase Black American culture, you're xenophobic. Hey, you all come into our spaces and co-op and then tell us we have no culture. You're xenophobic. FBA. Hey, we would like to have something that's for ourselves. That doesn't mean that you can't come, but don't try to censor yourself and take it over. You're xenophobic.
Play video games.
Hey, we do have culture, and you guys emulate it. Our culture is the most exported Black culture all over the goddamn globe. You're xenophobic. Y'all really just want us to shut the fuck up and don't say anything. That is what it all boils down to. Y'all cannot stand that melanin-rich people that are from America, born, bred, raised, have a long lineage here, are not just allowing you to throw us in a pot with you while you censor yourself, uphold, uplift, and create more things for your own ethnicity off the backs of the things that we built without acknowledging us, crediting us, giving us grace, or even fucking being nice to us. We've always supported everybody. Enough with the xenophobia shit. Enough with it. When you come to my page and you look at my content, I talk about any and everybody. I do social commentary on everything that's trending. But when it comes to racial matters, ethnic matters, cultural things, you see me talking about Latinos that's saying crazy shit about Black Americans. You see me talking about Caribbeans that have said crazy shit. The Caucasian clear folk, the Asian people. I don't give a fuck. This is not just about not one group. I don't care. So if this makes me xenophobic because we're actually speaking out, then I guess we xenophobic then. Is that the fucking new word of the year? Xenophobia?
First, I don't even know
the shit is played out, bro. It's played out. Y'all just really want us to shut the fuck up and not acknowledge that we are heavily influential. It's really sad that y'all can't acknowledge that. Why? Why is it so hard to say, you know what? The Black American culture is global. A lot of us have been influenced by it. What? That doesn't take anything away from you. Spread love, Mr. Brooklyn.
Some book suggestions so that y'all can stop calling Black Americans xenophobic when they try to establish identity and cultural boundaries. Hi, my name is Brianna. I have a PhD in sociology, and I wrote a dissertation on Black identity development in Black Americans and Black immigrants in the New York City metro area. Now, frankly, I think it's exhausting for y'all to get up on here every single week at this point. It's every single week. Talk about things from your lived experience when there's literally decades of research done in this area. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that lived experience is invalid, but at a certain point, let's rely on the text. Here are 3 suggestions of things to read so that y'all don't continue to call the valid critiques that Black Americans have as xenophobic. In 2025, when the Black immigrant population in the United States continues to grow, I think it's important for us to have conversations around identity development, cultural boundaries, and ethnic boundaries. So let's do that with a little bit of context. It's The Ethnic Project by Vilnabashi Treitler. Let me tell y'all, this book changed my life, changed my entire academic trajectory. The second book is Black Mosaic by Candace Watts Smith. Oh, I should have said Vilna is a sociologist. Candace is a political scientist. And then lastly, Chocolate Cities. And I need this to be really a focal point, because I think what's also happening is that when Black Americans have critiques, they're typically not all Black Americans from the same region. And that's when things start to get tricky. Because even us and ourselves, we have very vast and lived experiences that are connected to region. Region specificity is so important for us. I could go on and on about this. And if you want to talk about it, I'll be happy to. But Chocolate Cities by Marcus Anthony Hunter and Zandria Robertson, They're sociologists. This is also really great for also Black immigrants too, so you can kind of understand the context of why like Black Americans and African Americans are the way we are, given like our displacement throughout the United States, or forced displacement. But yeah, these are 3 books. I'm gonna start light. If you want me to give like a rundown or background into the 3 books, happy to do so in a different video. And with these book suggestions, I want y'all to know that I am a proponent of all of us developing diaspora consciousness. I think it's really important for all of us to understand the experiences that we share as Black people in the US, and then also for us to understand that ethnic distinction is very important, and that Black Americans, like other Black immigrant groups, are allowed to cultivate the ethnic distinction. It might be new to us, which it's a new thing, right? Because Black immigrant populations have been increasing since the early 2000s. But for a lot of us, especially outside of the New York City metro area, this is something new that we're grappling with. So we kind of are like toddlers, so to say, in this need to develop and cultivate ethnic boundaries, but we're allowed to do so. I say all that to say, I am a proponent for all of us getting along and being on one accord, but also honoring and finding beauty in our ethnic distinctions. Yeah, so let's stop throwing around xenophobia, because there's a lot of structural anti-Blackness that leads into why African Americans are feeling the way that they're feeling, especially when it comes to how historical holidays are celebrated. I'm so sorry to the people of Galveston, Texas, for how Juneteenth has just become, I don't even know what to explain it. But I think a lot of valid critiques are just brushed away as being xenophobic, and it's exhausting. So yeah, I say all of this with love. City University.
Msaja Muganda super. Teka nawe nkupate. Hey. Bagana kusekerera. Naye nawe. Soe kwato nali mukulya. Labempa.
No, what the eating bushmeat. I was like,
I don't know, but I sure ain't reaching down for no flying insect and putting it in my mouth. I can tell you that right now. But yeah, I love the, you know, what they wrote. Is this what Black Americans are supposed to be jealous of? Yeah, because, you know, the Africans have been all over every platform claiming we're jealous of them. You know, we have never needed y'all for anything. Seriously, in the hundreds of years we've been in this land, we did not need you for anything. And some of y'all have this belief, oh, well, white people, they like us better than you. Actually, no, they don't. They don't like anything with melanin. They should hold it against them. You got melanin, they got an automatic problem with you. Now, they may stroke your ego a little bit because, you know, they also believe in causing divisions. That's part of their culture, causing all kinds of divisions all the time. But at the end of the day, when they get sick of you, you're going to be out of here just as fast as these Mexicans. You just wait. They're going to flip completely on you, just like they did with these South Americans and Mexicans.
It's a bird.
You see how they've been wailing and crying all over the place. And you can best believe they're going to start getting you Africans out of here in much bigger numbers too. Because at the end of the day, they don't care about what you've done in this country. See, they were sitting around the Mexicans in South. Oh, we got family values. They don't give a shit about no Latino family values. Are you for real? You see how they're rating the schools where your children are going, and they did a daycare about a month ago. They rated a daycare that had a lot of Latino children. They don't give a shit about no Latino family value. They don't care about no African family value. When they are sick and tired of you and you become expendable, they're going to get your ass the hell up on out of here, and they won't blink twice.
National Geographic.
So you can sit there and be fooled about them liking you. At the end of the day, no, they're just using you. And obviously you're easy to manipulate.
If it wasn't a real
Look at how you're treating us. You're easy to manipulate.
Right.
See, they done ran out of playing those kind of games on us. We know them through and through. So when it comes down to us, they can't get us to do nothing these days. We are in a whole different era. When they, believe me, they have approached us as well to go out here and protest all this stuff Donald Trump is doing. We haven't budged. We haven't budged. We don't even listen to them anymore. And they know it.
Eat possum.
They know it. They don't approach us anymore like they used to. Before, they were practically on their knees begging us to get out in these streets too. And we didn't do it. We didn't do it for white folks. We didn't do it for Mexicans. We haven't done it for any of you. And you can rest assured we never will.
50 pounds of bushmeat.
So if that makes us xenophobic, then xenophobic it is. I don't care about name some Hamites and some Mexicans and stuff. Who the hell cares? At the end of the day, who the hell cares?
Yes.
So anyway, y'all, this is my second live stream for today, and I got one more coming up at 5:45. And this is a young woman that worked a Burger King 12 hours all by herself for the summer because the one person that was helping her quit, and Burger King recently fired her, and she was working everything all by herself. She was cooking, she was cleaning, she was working the cash register, the drive-through, everything in this Burger King by herself. And because she was late a few times, they fired her. Instead of firing her, why didn't they get some help up in there for her? So we'll be going over that at 5:45, and I hope to see you all there. And those of you, I had a couple of people send me cash apps. Thank you so much for your support. I deeply appreciate it. So y'all, I will see you then. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa.
Imagine?
Yeah, so what are your thoughts about this? Why are we still being called xenophobic?
First of all, in our
why
fight,
aren't we joining the ICE protests?
why would we? There, like I said, I was talking about the when they cleaned up the encampments. Did you see any fucking Latino person, Hispanic person talking about, oh, no tira los mayates de la calle. Vamos a ayudar los mayates. No, they didn't give a fuck. They're burning flags and fucking talking about Mexico is great and shit. And biting off the culture.
Yeah.
Right? Literally biting off the culture. Doing videos with brothers, right? Wearing our old shit, trying to make it new again. You mean? That whole fucking dress is not their style.
Right.
That is our shit. But no, just like, they want to cultivate the crip walk, get all this extra shit, and think that they're just so fucking tight. Look, cause no, none of them were out there talking about let's sponsor a black person, that's being kicked out over there in the encampments. Why don't we do this?
They laugh when I said take an unhoused neighbor home.
They're like, oh, vamos a poner todo lo que
They wasn't trying to take an unhoused neighbor home.
Vamos a ayudar los mayates.
But they was quick to put them illegals
They didn't
up.
give a fuck. Dude, she came and she said, we gotta shut this down. This is a hazard. Did she have any housing available? No. But what did she have?
Oh yeah, he got deported.
Because she had debit cards with money on it to give to the fucking traumatic ass.
I thought you were talking about the one that got deported. Illegals. He got fired and deported. Officer, a tether from somewhere in Africa. He got deported. I just remember this news clip. This brother who got hired as a Gary police officer, then fired because the captain to him to cut his braids. Told him to cut his braids, and the brother said, "I can't. It's his religion. He's Rasta. He's originally from Dallas."
That's why he could have leaned on the Crown Act. Everybody and their mama did.
Yeah. Well, remember it was in. I think it was in Dallas, Northern
with
Texas.
The little boy with the young brother. Yeah. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? So it's not really our fight. We said we were sitting it out. We told them to contact the white folks if they want to be white adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Those are the ones that got all the problem solving skill sets. And what they do, they would to do whatever. I'm surprised it's still going on.
Right.
I mean, it's how's it really accomplishing shit, Yuri? Not to mention, I think you got bigger problems. Everyone's worried about the wrong shit except for us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm like highly focused on the right shit right now. What's going on in our particular state.
I thought we was playing when we said the cape was off.
Look. I'm gonna tell you something. Like I told Jesse, we have a lady sitting in the immigration jail, right?
Yeah, Jeanette.
We're
not doing this no more.
Right.
The cape is off.
You just eating that motherfucker, baby. You're supposed to give me one.
We're not swooping in to save the day for you goddamn tellers in OTVs.
The captain's saving them, and they want to go to Mexico and do whatever. Their shit is much better. They want to call us out our race. They want to fucking challenge us with what, like that fat dude said, OT Mexican.
Oh yeah.
Talk about there black people here. There's two brothers back there. Well, what you gonna do about it? Okay, this camera going off, and we go here, hands and feet and shuffle it, and fat motherfucker going through a wall.
They lucky it wasn't me, you, and Jay Millie there.
Right. Oh my God. What you gonna do? All you see is the camera hitting the ground. Oh, stop. Párale, pinche mates.
Exactly. We're not saving. We're not holding hands.
Why?
Kicking cans.
They're not holding hands with us. They didn't do it. Just because you walk through the pretend fucking Black Lives Matter shit, which was obviously on some other shit. It was just basic fucking white words on black
ass shit. And I called it out back then.
That doesn't mean
and
dick.
I was done with the shit after that.
You just wait till the RVA. I got something to show y'all. Where our own people are asking for the white man to come help them.
That shit was pathetic.
Crazy. Talk about we need to see white people come help us. Speak up for us. Since when? Cause when are we what? So my only advice to these vitriol having, animosity, jealous holding, mark ass situations is hold your nuts. We're on Black vacation. It's not our fight. It doesn't concern us. There's no tangibles in it if we get involved, except for that ICE bonus pay. That's it. That's all. That's all this incentive. Us laughing and making jokes, and you like, well, you have this kissy black ass now, Yeah.
Yeah, like that Caribbean, that Colombian
said. Like that's gonna help.
Cuban said.
No, your ass is getting deported too. It's just a matter of when. You know what I mean? And now that they're like, look how much bitching we did. We used to talk about all the motherfuckers living in them fancy ass apartments when they came in.
Now
they were getting sponsored, they were getting money and shit. And now they gotta come off that. They gotta come off of where they are so they can go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? All the sponsorships is over.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Why? Because at the end, like I was saying earlier, we're gonna be the ones that suffer for it because it's too late now. You dig?
Asked to walk with Chavez. I ain't seen no FBA there, even in the Civil Rights March. I ain't see no essay. Right. Exactly.
They're probably kicking back, eating tortas, talking about it's not their fight.
Mm-hmm. Like Felix Torino.
Just because you had a brown beret moment that don't mean that we didn't stop. Man, look how much we did
The
for
Negroes'
everybody.
problems is the Negro problems. What the Latinos' problems is the Latinos' problems.
Right. They're the one that wanted to vote for Trump.
I will vote for
You know what I mean?
Oh God.
And he did what happened? He deported his whole fucking his whole base. Like, do those folks count? I'm still asking these questions. If you deport every motherfucker that voted for you, vote for Trump. You deport all of them. Do those folks count? Cause
they shouldn't count in the
they
first
shouldn't
place.
count at all, right?
Right.
Right. Check it out. You know, the only smart thing that was happening was all those motherfuckers making all kind of money off of this shit and fucking us all up. All this shit just fucked black people up. It didn't help black people. It's too late now. We got to deal with the aftermath of it, and the aftermath is poverty for us again, as usual. Nothing new, just a different day.
They go out their way to keep us impoverished.
And without medical care, housing, any of that shit. So this is what happens when you vote for Trump, and then you want to cry wolf and shit when you're getting deported on the bus. Talking about you don't got no rights.
Because they thought we was gonna get deported.
Oh, back to what I was saying real quick. That lady. So we have a lady here, right? Real quick, 2 seconds, I'm done.
Oh Lord.
Right, a lady sitting in jail.
Yeah.
Right, supposedly alleged activist.
The grandma.
Right, and so what happened is that the lady, what's her name? Diane DeGette or what's her name?
Yeah, this senator.
Yeah, DeGette. Right. I think that's how you say her name.
The state senator. Yeah.
Right. So old girl decided she was tired of listening and watching this lady, only one lady, sitting in the immigration jail by my crib, right? So she put in a private bill to have her released on the low that nobody knew about. So I was like,
moving mountains for these illegals.
Family. Check this out. These private bills go all kind of ways.
Until I see one of them eat gumbo the same way we eat tacos, it's always going to be a side eye.
Right.
Right.
Right. Like the same way that we eat menudo. That's how you have to look at it. Right. Just eat chicken like us, huh? You know, like this is just not like it. It's not the same thing. And none of that, but nobody likes a Hasididi fucking white adjacent fucking buffer class.
Right.
And there's also, got to look at your $5 pretendians that are getting deported as well.
Yeah, I thought they were like, so indigenous to the land.
Right. They keep saying we're on stolen $5 pretendian land. I was like, no, you're not. We're not. You're on our land.
Right.
Erie. That's all ours. Everything belongs to us. And you're doing the work of the devil. I don't even think I want that shit. You know?
And you're no ally or friend of mine.
Y'all have to watch the RVA because I showed you why you shouldn't want the reservation land. They're doing all kind of dirt. Or just a little dirt. But it's dirt for the men. Like always, they serve their master. That's the white men. Yeah. We got nobody that's getting deported in our like that lady said. She asked a serious question. FBA only. You have family that is in danger of getting deported. No. The answer should be immediate. No.
Right.
She even said, think about it. 5 Mississippis later? No.
But again, they thought we were going to get deported. That's why they voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah. You love that song.
I said they're going to deport you.
Yeah, but then where's the love for the black homelessness? What about Skid Row? Where's the love for
They want to take none of them home, but they went out their way to open doors and welcome right on into their home.
Dude, I was watching reels with fucking old ass Chicana brides, old ass Chola brides trying to make food. And I was just thoroughly upset, disgusted. It was like, this is how you make spaghetti, cuz? What kind of shit is this? Like, what? Why is it beige? Like, where's the love?
Man, where's the spices?
Where's the? I mean, just make it normal, okay? I can tell you what is normal. You know, like throw some sausage and beef, you know, some peppers and shit, onions, you know, spice it up a little, like a lot of spice in it. Yeah, I can tell you. It's red, whatever, you know, typical.
Cuz said the only ones I seen at the cookouts was the baby mamas.
Right. But that's probably because they're on a mission to get the BBC, cuz.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Only to get yelled at later because, you know, you can't bring home a brother.
God forbid you bring
God
a
forbid.
Merino or a Negro home.
Let alone or have a baby. So it's very anti-black. I don't give a fuck what they say. We saw that
Their
shit.
whole culture and their homeland is anti-black.
Sadly.
And it was black people that freed Mexico.
Right. It's sad that we got whitewashed out. But we can't be look, like Afro Elite said, we're the heroes, the fucking saviors, the moral compass for all this wrong. And look, at the end of the day, they're gonna want us to fix everything.
Rebecca. Yep, that's their names. I'm talking about the baby mamas that we got the cookouts. Their names are Marina, Jessica, and Rebecca. That's the that's the Latino baby mamas.
That bitch is always hated. Every time I went to jail, always tussling one of the fucking kind of chicks. I had no idea why. Still.
So one of them's gonna get beat up at the jail.
They don't know where to go. Like, there's no respect. Like, they want to say, "Oh, you look Mexican." I can't tell where they want to fight me all the time. And I got it for them. You're not afraid, no, bitch. But it's like everywhere I go, just like the Native American shit. You know what they're? Same thing.
The Siberians.
Whatever, guys. Literally, like.
Because they're not native to this land.
No safety net. There's no safety net. So you have to stay with your people.
Yep. Stay with your tribe.
Stay with the tribe. So the tribe don't want to fight me all the time. Bitches want to fight every time I get locked up.
Oh my God, this is going crazy in the hallway. You sound like a white girl.
Wrong floor.
And the fire alarm is going off. All right, so moving on.
I don't know why the cameras don't pick that shit up and just come like, yeah.
Well, this whole motherfucking surveillance up, they don't give a fuck. For real, the whole building is surveillance up. Even the elevator, at least one of them. All right, so. The other one, if you want to get a mug, that would be the place to get them.
No, because there's a camera there.
No, it's disabled.
No, it's
and
not.
One of them.
Don't believe the hype, cuz.
It's completely been taken off, cuz. Like, it's just
well,
the wires.
That's where to get it then.
It's just the wires. That's the one.
Yeah, the stairwell.
The stairwell's surveillance up too.
Yeah, get the elevator. What about the trash chute?
Ooh, that's the spot. Trash room.
Yeah. Yep. I wouldn't do it here. Because next thing you know, you see a motherfucker mollywopped in the building. Just, all you gotta do is like, yeah, they got it right there. He got out of that before he was crying like, bitch. What would that do to you? Don't walk around the corner. There's so many ways right here that are like uncameraed. You know what I mean? That whole parking lot back there is just ready for action.
No, that's surveillance stuff too.
Know where the old bus stop was?
on the other side. Like that whole corner surveillance side.
Get him in the old crib bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dangerous as hell.
The one that's sitting on bricks, literally.
Oh my God, I can't believe they did that. Right there, it's dangerous as hell. You better watch that first step is a doozy. But out of those bricks, that's a wrap. Like 10 minutes in there, less than that. 4 minutes in there, just like this. It's all cinder blocks and bricks.
Remember, they were showing up in some cities with a bunch of bricks for the protests.
Oh yeah, but that's, you know that, like, when they were throwing bricks at the cars, they obviously didn't learn shit from Colorado. Them white boys went to prison.
Yeah, they did. Oh, they're throwing rocks.
They was throwing rocks. They killed that girl in the car.
Yeah.
They obviously didn't learn from watching the news in Colorado as usual.
It was all OTBs.
Right. Again, who does that? You know, if we would try to stop a police car or something like that, we wouldn't have made it. Bad enough we had him like that during that one when we had the police in the building, locked in their building, like fucking for like all that time, was begging for help. Return to see, that's one thing. But if we try to do that, like what they were doing, at the protests in California, like vandalizing their cars and shit like that, literally laying in front of the car, think you're not gonna get ran over and shit. Yeah. They had brought all the military people just to protect that one building.
Yep. Right. And it was only like a one block that was all lit like that.
You know, my dad went down for vacation. My dad and his old lady, and they said they were lucky to get on the freeway.
Yeah.
When the military came, because then they were able to get on the freeway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know why they did that. They weren't taking it seriously. That's not a protest where you drifting in the street and, you know what I mean?
No, it's a party.
Right.
It's a sideshow like they have in the Bay.
Right.
All right, so moving along, we got Leann's local Petals employees laugh when a fellow white woman called them out for anti-Black racism. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that.
Right. So that's why we don't really be shocked when it happens. We understand it's cultural. You know, we talked about this a little earlier on the live stream of AD&C, that if they're using the same words from 1619 and 2025, it's a culture at that point, because it's something that you have been passing down from generation to generation to generation. I know a lot of people who are, you know, just decent and civilized would never understand why that's part of a culture. I mean, but it is. And those in their community who reject that culture and say, hey, that culture's not right. You know, it's not right before God. It's not right just in general. I don't want nothing to do with anti-Black racism. Matter of fact, I'm going to stand up against that within my own community. Those white people are ostracized. Those white people in history have been attacked. Those white people have been, you know, unalived for standing up against anti-Black racism. You do not stand up against that. That's part of the culture. You understand? And at minimum, they'll tell them, hey, you better go over there with them Black folks then. You better go be with them and stay over there with them, because you can't come back over here. That's how serious they are about anti-Black racism in their culture. Well, they had a business that decided to be, you know, anti-Black, you know, racist. And there's a white woman is standing up against that. But I want you to pay attention to, you know, how they reacted to the white woman standing up against this. And I'm telling you, when you see this, you're just going to understand how this just the culture and it's just the way it is.
Here comes the raw clips. But Brianna, Leanna, you're talking to my son's best friend, all of my friends, my bonus niece, so many people that I care about. And I really hope that you get exactly what you deserve and you learn the hard lesson young. You're not going to learn it right now.
Affordable than what they're doing.
Definitely like a
baby blue you,
Mhm.
which is like the spiral.
Okay.
Those have even more of that like silvery blue in it.
Okay. Yeah. That would be nice. Okay. I have to be honest with you. I'm here for that. And I'm here for the other reason that I'm sure you know of.
Excuse me?
You know. I'm not going to be mean. I'm not going to yell at you, but you know what I'm talking about. Okay. I've been in retail forever, and I'm going to bet money on what happened. You hired that person seasonally, which is totally okay. That happens in retail.
No.
And then
We're a delivery driver. We actually need 3 more right now.
okay. But the words that came out of somebody's mouth when that person was leaving, I've fired people that have stolen for. So let's just say she did steal, right? For argument's sake, let's just say that did happen. Do you really, as a business owner, think that that was appropriate?
You don't know what happened, sweetie. You don't know what happened, sweetie.
It doesn't.
Where's the
matter.
other parts of those videos?
It doesn't matter. Is there any excuse to be racist?
We weren't.
Girl. Okay, I'm giving you a chance now. Before I go hold a sign on the side of the road, and I have a good amount of followers. Well, good luck with what?
Holding a street. Holding a sign at the end of the street.
Oh, I do it all the time. I did it for school donations like 2 weeks ago for low-income schools in Fayette County to donate school supplies.
That's great.
It is. And this is to let people know that this is a racist business because you're still standing on it. And don't you have nieces and nephews that are biracial?
Oh, yeah. My whole family's mixed with everything.
How do they feel?
Venezuelan.
But how do they feel about it? Like, take a moment to just be introspective. I'm not being mean to you right now. It's just you and I. Do you think that that was appropriate?
We didn't do anything racist.
So you're going to stand 10 toes down on it. Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you. Smile.
Nice to meet you all.
Okay. Hide your keys, y'all. Everybody in here, hide your keys. There's white people in here. Everybody in here, hide your keys. There's white people in here. Is that racist?
Why are you acting like this in a place of public?
Well, because I can, first of all. And because you deserve to have your face shown. You deserve that everybody sees you're going to learn. You're going to learn a very hard lesson. Your parents are going to learn a hard lesson because I have PTSD, okay? So I always shake. And I have medication that makes me shake. Your parents are going to learn a hard lesson because you didn't buy this. Mommy and daddy did. And their investment is going to go right down.
I started working when I was 12, ma'am.
Sweetheart, I started working when I was 14 too. You can't afford this. If you think you're fooling me, I run $15 million stores. I know what operations cost.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't pay for all of this.
It grew. I didn't start like this. I started in my house.
Okay. You're a big bad wolf, sweetheart. This is her. That's her. You a racist also?
No, her kids are black, actually.
Okay, but that doesn't make you not a racist because you're a racist.
Oh my goodness. Are you? Glad to meet you.
Well, what was your name? Because I'd love to meet. My name's Chalice. What's yours?
She doesn't have to disclose that.
Of course not. I was just introducing myself.
Oh, nice to meet you.
It's so nice to meet you. I love the color of your shirt.
Thank you.
It's pretty purple.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, it was nice to meet you guys. Have a great day. Good luck with business.
Oh, it's booming.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's why the Yelp is shut down. Did you turn off your comments on Instagram?
No.
Yeah.
No, we actually.
Okay. Somebody else did that?
Mm-hmm. I don't control the social media, actually.
Okay. Exactly. You are so on par, sweetheart, for the people around here. You got the starter pack of the business daddy mommy bought you. I bet you go to a mega church and you're not racist, but your family is not white. So we're making that's everything, right?
Pretty much. Are you racist?
No, that's why I'm here, hon.
Oh, is that the reason why you're here?
Yeah, that's right.
Or would you like to order some flowers?
Not at all. Thank you so much. I'm going to be on my way. Thank you so much for the conversation.
So why that lady was there was because they had this, young woman. She was a black Muslim woman, and she was fired from this establishment. And when she was fired from this establishment, they start, trying to say she's trying to steal and all that. And that underhanded, black folks steal type of deal. And everybody picked up on that, and the sister had recorded that. So this is why they got this woman to go over there. And now the point that what I was pointing out in the beginning of this commentary was about how they were just so nonchalant about it, like, oh, you're racist? Oh, nice to meet you. Because they're comfortable with that. I told you, it is a culture for them. And they feel like, okay, Trump's in office, I can lean more into my culture now. It's not going to be a lot of pushback on me acting out my culture. And I've always told any of them, right? If you're not comfortable with Black people or really anybody else, then there is a European motherland waiting on you. I've always said that. Because as long as you live in this country, you're going to deal with Black folk or anyone else that imported here because y'all brought them here, right? Now, the best thing to do is, and how you handle people like that, name and shame. You name them and say, hey, Black folks, they on the list, you don't go there for no reason. It don't matter if they're the last person in your town. You don't go there. I'll get a flower out of my garden before I go over there and buy a flower from you. You understand? It's principles to this at all times. But they're out there in Kentucky, actually, right? And this is why I'm a firm believer of being in areas where there's a lot of Black people and a lot of Black businesses. Y'all know my rule of thumb. If you can be in an area where it's 10% Black people more in the population, beautiful, beautiful. There's safety in numbers for us as Black people. You would not see me go move to no white enclave. That won't happen. It won't. First of all, the food would be horrible. Second of all, I'm not going to deal with the anti-Black racist culture. I'm not going to do that. Because the more numbers we have, the more they be in check with it. Not to say they won't be calling us all kind of whatever. They can say what they want to say in their house. It's fine. No problem with me. But they're not going to be pulling certain stunts when there's enough of us. I'm going to say that much. But when you're like one or two of us, couple of us, oh yeah, they're going to be emboldened to pull a stunt. Because you don't have no backup. You're by yourself. I always tell Black parents, I don't care what money you're making. You do not go move your kids to no lily white area. There's no Black folks at all trying to prove something that you didn't made it. What about your children? You're going to put them in a horrible situation in school. Horrible. You understand? They are very proud of their anti-Black racism. Very proud of it. And they was upset that woman was off code, so they're going to try to just troll her. And like, oh, yeah, I'm just, you know what I'm saying? And that's okay. I'm cool with it. They on camera, and trust me, they going to regret every bit of it because the internet has a way of handling you. Look, let me tell you something about their culture. They cool with anti-Black racism, but a lot of them don't want to be outed as participants in it with the culture because they know that could be bad for their business, bad for their reputation. So when someone is out with it, they'll even go like, oh, I don't agree with that racism. No. You don't agree with it being expressed openly, but you're cool with it being expressed behind the scenes. That's why I always say, when you talk about, oh, the Republicans are this and the third. No, the Republicans are open with it. The Democrats are I think the Democrats are more racist. They just quiet about it. They do racism against us in laws. They may not say a N-word to us, but they'll harm us with bringing a bunch of illegal aliens to the country and giving money that should be going to Black Americans. That's how their racism goes. At least Republicans aren't doing that. They not. But they're all on the same team. You understand what I'm saying? But like I say, shout out to this woman for calling them out. Like I said, I always want to give a white person their props for calling out their own community. I'm always going to do that because it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. And let me tell you something else about those kind of white people. What I've seen over the years, those kind of white people that take a stand, and Black people a lot of times like, hey man, shoot man, you taking a stand? Come on over here with us. Well, you good? And they'll come up with Black people and they'll find a new family and they're like, and then they'll be tell you, man, I'm so happy I'm over here with y'all. Like, man, I don't know why I went over here with y'all a lot sooner. I can't stand listen, I've met some white people that told me to my face, Philip, I'm white, but I can't stand being white. I'm like, really? Well, why you feel like that? Like, man, look, we are just too freaking racist, and I hate it. He said, man, he said, people are people. I don't care about that racism crap. You know, my people are all on this crap. Trust me. So a lot of my education into anti-Black racism came from white people sitting me down and telling me that. I mean, the first time I heard from a white guy, he said, listen, Philip, the majority of us are racist. We raised that way. He said, I don't care what they tell you, we're raised that way in our household. He said, a lot of us don't even engage, don't even live around Black people to even be talking to them, to have an opinion. He said, a lot of people just sitting down watching TV, looking on the internet, and just saying things, saying vile things. He told me, and I had more than one, but the main one that told me to always keep my eyes open and not to trust. A white guy told me that, okay? And he always check white people. I've seen him do it many times. He always pick up on when they're racist too. It's not that they said the N-word. He picked up on it. Oh, yeah, I know he on. He racist. And then he'll go check them. You know what I'm saying? And them kind of white people, male or female, hey, I'm down with them. I'm cool with them. But to the ones like in this video, yeah, name and shame them and just move on. That's how I look at it. Cause we don't want to waste our time with these people. But yeah, they're proud to be, they proud. They're proud of the anti-Black racism. I like when they like that though. I like it because if they open with it, then hey, I see you coming. You feel me? And I love an open enemy than a hidden one.
Tonight, breaking news as we come on the air. Dangerous rip current.
Oh no, is that what took out our boy Malcolm Jamal Warner? Rip Clarence. All right, what are your thoughts on white girl exposing the white girl for her racism after they fired a black, I don't know if she was a tether, but
I couldn't really
she was
see
an
it from this angle, so I thought they were all white. No real shit, because I'm looking at the laptop and there's all these glares, and everybody looked like they're my shade in that video. What I didn't like, okay, so look, I think Uncle Phil's perception of it all was kind of like off base. The older broad messing with the younger broad about her entrepreneurial business skills or whatever. That's kind of low. That's kind of low hanging fruit right there. Isn't that girl like a little girl, like a young girl?
Yeah, she's young.
And that is an older woman.
I guess.
Like get some act right. Like that's stupid as hell. What are you trying to say?
She wanted to expose them.
Right. Yeah, I get it. But was she exposing the girl that was talking, the little girl?
Yeah. She was exposing the whole company.
Okay.
For how they treated the sister.
Right. So a whole different person. A whole different sister, right? That wasn't in the video, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I felt like they were all kind of just doing white Karen talking. I didn't really dig that. The one was like, you know, there was all sarcastic and shit. Talking about, would you like to buy some flowers and kick rocks? She was being sarcastic, really like condescending, like hurry up and get the fuck on. You know what I mean? Like, we got all day for this bullshit.
Right.
Or you're trying to be, patronizing or condescending, talking about my shirt. Who gives a fuck, bitch? Like, you done? Like, let's go. You know what I mean? As far as the other little, I felt like it was a little girl that lady was talking to.
She was talking to the little girl initially, and then she was talking to her mom.
About her starter business or mommy and daddy's funding of whatever business. Mm-hmm. Like, first of all, bitch, you're too old to be concerned about what children do with how their parents fund their shit. That's kind of like whatever. But her going to stand up for a sister. Yeah, I guess the thought was nice, but she didn't really do that though. She just went in there and was talking shit, talking about their races, but in all actuality, all of them were kind of a little racist. They're all kind of a little racist.
How do you prove a white person is a white supremacist?
I don't know, just they're all racist. They're all white supremacists.
We need another white supremacist to do it.
Right. In my version of things, I thought that the other lady was being sarcastic and condescending and just wanted the other lady to leave. And the other lady picking on the younger girl and just talking shit and stereotyping is like that's bull.
Yeah.
I mean, the thought, if you had a thought to stand up for a sister that was accused of stealing, you should have really did that or said that. Because I didn't feel like that was said at all.
No, she said it. That's how I even know about it.
Oh, she said that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. But again, I was like, I can't listen to Karen's talk, man.
Yeah.
I can't. It's like I heard every other third word, and it was all high pitched and nasally.
She used her white privilege for good for once.
Yeah, but I don't feel like she accomplished that. I don't feel like she really accomplished that mission. It felt like she did more of making an ass out of herself than anything. I feel like she accomplished that mission. The thought was nice, though.
Yeah.
You mean the thought was nice? The boldness was it's kind of. I guess it was kind of nice. You felt like you were going to do something. But she really kept on that. She could have applied more pressure. You know, she was really like that.
Yeah.
She would be like, "Which one of you did this?" Like, you gotta apply some pressure. And I just felt like there's too much.
Yeah.
And plus, from this angle, they all look the same color to me. From where I'm sitting, like the glare on the laptop is kind of like everybody looks white to me. I have to keep asking Jesse, are they black? Just because I can't see.
You can't come up here.
I'm all the way over here.
We're live on the air.
Just from this angle, you know how laptops are, the glares and stuff.
When Mario was trying to come on camera, y'all.
That's why you have them on. That's a bad thing, cat parent. That's why you cat parents are there trying to do stuff on the laptop and cat just walking across the desk and they think it's just so cute because they're eating their USB ports and shit. No, cuz that's why I got the water bottle. I'm supposed to get on the counters. Desk or any of that shit. Got enough problems. You got enough problems right there. That cat can just knock over the ashtray, that water, all that little shit you got right next to your hands. You see, everybody see me when I do the RV and I'm sitting over here at the Black House. How I'm sitting and I'm like, I don't want to touch shit because it'll all fall down.
Yeah.
And then when we go to my house at the dollhouse, I'm like, this motherfucker put everything on the fucking jacks. It's all hot in here. Like, everything, the sisters just wants to start a fire in here. And there's no room. There's no room. Just think about it. He got the cat on the desk trying to smell watermelon, listen to headphones, play on the phone, walk across the laptop, touch the camera, knock over shit,
He
knock
kept
over
turning
all the
the camera off and on.
You hear me? Press mute on and off, play the next thing. The cat's doing the most.
Yeah.
He's a boy cat. He's good. I like his energy. Where's the other one?
Where is Khalifa? Where is your sister?
I'm not slipping on my shoes.
That's where they were.
It might be in the thing.
I hear her crying.
No, you hear the white lady outside crying, cuz.
That was earlier. All right. So moving along.
I gotta look to it. You got to get over it.
DC mayor just humiliated the Democrats amidst Trump's crime crackdown in DC works. What? Say it ain't so.
Who's your sister? Oh, wow. Softball.
TD Media Group gonna give us an update on that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, speaking of that, anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty. And that's a very strong preventative. And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it in this country, but where you have it, it is, we have no choice. So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody kills somebody, like you could have been killed, very lucky you didn't get killed, it's the death penalty, okay?
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head on over to the safest city in America, Washington, D.C. Why is that? Because recently, Mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, for the most part, in a nutshell, in a recent press conference, admitted that Trump was right about everything, you know, as it pertains to crime, how to go about solving it, and everything of that nature. She just gave it up and talked about how crime has plummeted. The need for more police was very much so necessary, and she's glad that she has it as it pertains to, you know, the National Guard being out there, you know, backing up local law enforcement. This was a great thing to see and hear from the mayor. I applaud her for her honesty and breaking away from just being like a partisan hack, right? And just operating in truth. I appreciate that. And I think she should be applauded for that. But this also really throws mud in the face of the Democrats as a whole and really goes and shows to prove how cooked the Democrat Party truly is. Because when you have the mayor of D.C. applauding the efforts that Trump has put forward with his agenda to clean up the streets, all that talk about dictatorship, Gestapo, Nazis, tyranny, and things of that nature sweeping the streets of DC, and now they're going to come sweep the streets all over the country, it just throws it all out the window as complete and utter nonsense. And I'm not too surprised either that she took this position. I'm going to play that press conference in a moment, but I want to play this for you first. How many of you guys remember this? This was about, I want to say 2 weeks ago, right before or right when Trump was starting off his efforts to clean the streets of Washington, D.C. And Muriel Bowser was on MSNBC, and the two hosts were trying to bait her into saying that this whole effort to clean up the streets is racist, and she wouldn't take the bait. The moment I saw this, I said to myself, okay, she might be actually headed in the right direction with her frame of mind and thinking. Let's look at her response real quickly. It's only a couple of seconds. It's not too long.
One of the things that we have seen over and over from the president, from his team, you know, Stephen Miller saying it's like Baghdad in Ethiopia. They seem to hold their harshest criticism sometimes for cities that are majority Black and brown. Do you see that, and what do you think that means?
I think that I have been dealing kind of with this issue for a number of years. It's kind of easy fodder on the campaign trail. But now we're talking about governing, and my job is to focus on making sure our city is running well, and people enjoy a great quality of life. And I think we're doing a really good job. We do need the federal government's help, as I mentioned, because they have an outsized influence on our criminal justice system. We need more prosecutors. We need more more judges. There are other ways to help. Even we want to rebuild our jail, and there are ways that the feds can help with that. But also just doing their part, cutting the grass, fixing the fountains, making sure that federal law enforcement is doing all of the policing that they can do. And I just have to say thank you to MPS, FBI, ATF, who've always worked cooperatively with us, and we expect that they will again.
Oh, they didn't like that. That made them so mad. That made them so mad because that's not the answer that she was supposed to give. She was supposed to talk about how racist this all is, how anti-Black it all is, and things of that nature. And she didn't go there. She actually said, this is what we needed. And if you thought that made Democrats mad, then she really made them mad yesterday. Check this clip out here.
We greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do in this city. The most significant thing that we are highlighting today is the area of crime that was most troubling for us in 2023. Now, we have driven it down over the last years, but I'm going to get my glasses so I can make sure I can see it correctly. But for carjackings, the difference between this period, this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C. We know that when carjackings go down, when the use of gun goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer and are safer. So this surge has been important to us for that reason.
You see how easy it was for her to admit that? You see how easy it was for her to admit that the surge in law enforcement has helped out tremendously. Something that the Emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, just could not do when he was on MSNBC, failing miserably in what should have been, a series of softball questions that he turned into a steel cage match because he's just an idiot and can't just admit to the obvious that what we're seeing in Washington, D.C. works, and that a stronger presence of law enforcement in Chicago would also help him as well. Her admitting that is a great step forward for her, I believe, as it pertains to her political career in D.C., because she's reading the room and seeing that these old policies of running around here, demonizing law enforcement while being soft on crime, trying to hold statistics in front of people's faces saying, hey, look, on paper you're safe, but the people in the cities don't feel safe. She sees and knows that that is a tried and true way of failing in politics. If you want to win, actually do what people elect you to do. And one of those things are putting an end to crime. Now, obviously, you can't stop all crime for the most part, but you can drastically reduce it, drastically, like what we've seen in Washington, D.C. And once again, I have to applaud Muriel Bowser for just being honest. Good on her and shame on Democrats. And it's only a matter of time, in my opinion, man, before they start attacking her. It's only a matter of time until, outlets, and publications like the Washington Post and stuff like that, they start talking about how she's MAGA. I can see that in the Politico and stuff like that. All of a sudden, the MAGA mindset is affecting her or something stupid like that. It's only a matter of time before they drag her. They do this anytime any Democrat starts speaking with common sense. We saw them drag Eric Adams mercilessly when he had the audacity to tell the truth about the migrant crisis, and he put the proper blame at the feet of the Biden-Harris administration. We saw them drag, what's my man's name? I know I'm saying his name wrong. Featherman, I believe his last name is Featherman, Senator Featherman, the bald head white guy, Featherman. Ever since Trump won the election, he's been speaking with common sense as well. And the DNC press has dragged his name through the mud, saying that he's MAGA and things of that nature now. They even do that with, political pundits. Well, I guess Stephen A. Smith isn't a well, to some degree, I guess Stephen A. Smith is a political pundit now. But to the degree that Stephen A. Smith, gives criticism to the Democrats and then has the audacity to admit the areas where Trump is right, all of a sudden he becomes MAGA. You know what I mean? So it's only a matter of time until they start saying that Muriel Bowser is MAGA too. But it's a losing strategy. It's a losing strategy at the end of the day. And I think where that's being shown the most, that the typical DNC approach is a losing strategy, is in the gubernatorial race in Virginia. I hate that word, by the way. I don't know why I don't just say the governor's race. I cannot stand that word gubernatorial. It just sounds stupid. But anyways, I digress. As it pertains to the gubernatorial race, right? The governor's race in Virginia between, what's her name again? Lieutenant Governor, I have her name written down. I'm trying to remember it. Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears and Abigail Spanberger. Let me bring them up on the screen right now. Early on, Spanberger, the woman on my left, the white woman, she was blowing Earl Sears out of the water. She was blowing her out of the water as far as polling is concerned, just completely obliterating her. But now, as we're getting closer and closer to the election, I believe the election in Virginia is November 4th, if I remember correctly. So they're a little more than 2.5 months away from that election. Earl Sears is catching up to her and catching up to her quickly. And it's because of the messaging, right? It's the messaging that's doing that. And I want to get into that next. Let me pull this quick clip for you guys up of Earl Sears speaking on Fox News. Once again, just talking about, law and order, crime, and safety, and the difference between her and her Democrat opponent, Abigail Spanberger. So let me pull that clip for you guys up next.
And see, this is what my opponent is telling us, what she really believes. She is not going to keep Virginia safe, Dana, because of the results of what Governor Youngkin has put forward in Executive Order 47. We are now partnering with ICE, or we have our state police who are helping to get the criminals who are illegally here gone. That's it. How can my opponent be against getting criminals off the street? But of course, what we know is she has taken thousands of dollars for a PAC, wait for it, that is named Defund the Police PAC. So she's already signaling she doesn't care about us. And I guess she's going to be safe where she lives. But what about the rest of Virginians?
Like I said, man, Democrats are finished. They're cooked. We'll see what happens in Virginia. Let me pull up this article for you guys because I want to go through it really quickly just to highlight how quickly that Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears is catching up to Abigail Spanberger. Let me just pull this down and pull the article up. Look at this here. New poll shows Virginia gubernatorial race tightening. Allow me a moment to scroll down and then we'll get into this as we close this video out. A new poll is signaling that Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears is closing in on her Democrat opponent in the Virginia governor race. The Roanoke College poll showed Democrat gubernatorial candidate Abigail Spanberger leading Earl Sears 46 to 39% in the category of likely Virginia voters. This is a significant diminishment from May, where Spanberger was leading 43 compared to Earl Sears 26. She was blowing her out the water. And like that is catching up. The newest poll also shows 14% of surveyed likely voters were undecided, and 1% would not be voting for either Spanberger or Earl Sears. Roanoke College is a private liberal arts school located in Salem, Virginia. Now, here's what's really important, right? And this is where messaging comes into play and why I believe that it's the messaging, which is why Earl Sears is catching up so quickly. Earl Sears' rise in the polls is significant considering Spanberger has out-fundraised her Republican opponent by millions of dollars. Get this here. That's $27 million for the Democrat candidate compared to $11 million raised by Earl Sears. Spanberger is also leading with cash on hand at more than $15 million compared to Earl Sears' $4 million. She is destroying her as it pertains to campaign funds, right? Millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. And you would think that that will play a significant role in this race. And in some cases it does. But when your messaging is off, your messaging is garbage, when you're pro-crime, pro-open borders, pro-illegal immigrant, anti-ICE, anti-police, anti-safety, that's just a recipe for disaster. That's why you can be outspending and out fundraising your opponent by millions upon millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, but yet your opponent is gaining ground and gaining ground quickly. Now, the election is going to be, once again, in November 4th, I believe, of this year. So we'll see how that turns out. Clearly, the Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears is on the right side of history concerning the policies that Republicans are pushing. Whether or not that'll prevail in Virginia is still yet to be seen. But, you know, by the way it's looking as it pertains to just what I read here, it looks like she just might possibly pull it off, because messaging is everything. And the Democrats' messaging right now is just in the toilet. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegrams in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. And until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Yep, Democrats are done. Democrats are done. Democrats are done. All right, what are your thoughts on this lady, Chain?
What's good, everybody? It's your brother, Man Black.
Democrats are done. They got shit to offer, no tangible rules, not even trying. They're not even remotely trying. And they just automatically think that they're going to get the vote.
Mm-hmm. And them days are over.
Right. Especially this year, I'm cocked like every move.
Right. We need to go ahead and arrest all these motherfuckers. All right, so moving along to the migrants. Looters plunder Whole Foods. Oh, these weren't illegals. I think these were FBA, but either way, looters plunder Whole Foods as Chicago goes full third world. What is happening, Shy?
The criminals of Chicago are doing as much damage as they can before the Marines come in. What is this, a party or something? A party on a police car? That's ridiculous. How come the lights aren't flashing? How come nobody's getting arrested? That's crazy. This is ridiculous. But now that we know where everyone's parents are, we know why the kids are shoplifting at Walgreens. Look at this. They got bags full of stuff.
10. Open your hands. Mom.
Crazy. Look, they're trying to break out of the store. Door's locked.
Can't do that. You can open the door.
And they filled up their bags. I can't believe how young they are. That's terrible.
I'm not playing. You know how to count. You have hands. Open the door. I'll open up this door before we break it.
I don't even know some of the curse words they're using.
Break some of you guys must be young. I would like that.
Now, the sad thing is, what are they going to be like in 10 years? I feel so bad for them because they don't even understand how bad this is. As you can see here, things do not get better with age. What is this, a brawl going on in a Whole Foods? This is crazy. Oh! Please put that down. Okay. Thank you. This is crazy. This is terrible, man. Over what? That's your problem. Not enough people are getting arrested. And the mayor who says crime is down, you want to know why he thinks that way and why he thinks it's perfectly safe here?
This is why this man say crime is down.
Oh, why is that?
Look, this is why he say crime is down.
Oh, he's deep.
Look, he got people protecting him.
Yep.
While he leaving us out here with illegals.
Illegals.
Criminals. Look at it. Look at he got protection. Yet and still, he wants the Chicago citizens to be unprotected. Won't even allow Tom Homan to come in and even get the illegal criminals.
Yeah, well, when you roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deep, everyone's armed, you feel perfectly safe. He's not going to see the crime that he thinks doesn't exist in his city. But speaking of illegals, look at this. We got ICE raiding an apartment here in Chicago. Here they go up the stairs. Got someone coming down. Oh, the activists are showing up. Wow. You can't do any law enforcement here before the locals come out. You're not a cop. Oh, you think so? You're going to find out that he is. Ooh. This woman, she needs to be in jail for her mouth. Put that mouth in jail.
I want you to touch me. How many people have loyal?
She's not saving anyone. Every other word is so bad, I have to bleep the whole video. Oh, look, and they're arresting people. Okay, so they finally have people get arrested. Look, other activists are following them out. Wow. Man, and she won't even let this guy leave. Meanwhile, this guy is screaming at the camera while they're filming him, talking about how awful ICE is. Meanwhile, ICE is getting criminals off these streets. Too bad everyone on these streets is a criminal. That's why we need the National Guard up in here. Fast. Yesterday, last week, last year. These people, they still won't leave. No, they don't have to show you anything. These people, man. And they wonder why their city is in shambles. They're the reason. Oh, what's this?
They bust.
Oh, they attacked the officers?
They busted.
Oh, those people should be in prison for the rest of their lives.
I finished watching an interview of Governor Pritzker of Chicago telling President Trump not to send the military into Chicago after President Trump announced that he could potentially be sending the military to Chicago next after he sent them into Washington, D.C., which, by the way, after he sent them into Washington, D.C., the crime rate has reportedly exponentially went down. So you have the governor, he was standing on a boat, you guys, taking questions from the press, who was asking him how did he feel about President Trump announcing that he would send the military to Chicago next, potentially. And he's like, well, we'll take it up legally. We'll take them up in courts, because you know that's how the Democrats always operate with this illegal immigration. Or
get a judge.
They're going to go to court. They don't do nothing else. They're going to go to court. Okay? Because they bought and paid for attorneys and judges.
That's right.
Doing the bid for it. At any rate, this dude is on a boat saying how safe it is in Chicago.
On a boat.
And we, as you can see, don't have any problems. It's safe. I just walked to down the street to dinner with my wife.
Yeah.
And he's taking an interview on a boat, and he's taking an interview downtown in Chicago. Why didn't you have that interview on the south side? So
thank you. These people that say crime is down and life is a fairy tale and everything's perfect, they don't go to where the crime is. They've never been there. They don't even know where the crime's happening because they don't think it's out there. In these neighborhoods where it does happen, they don't ever visit those places.
Okay. Why don't you go to the south side and have that interview so we can really see the streets of Chicago? And
then he can't lie.
Chicago. Because for years it's been reported that Chicago has had one of the highest murder rates. Okay?
Yeah.
Black on black crimes for the party that loves to promote Black Lives Matter. We didn't hardly hear anything about all of those killings that were reportedly happening in Chicago
Nothing.
Weekend after weekend. But don't let it be a white cop on the black guy, because we gonna hear that nonstop. Because y'all love to run that division, because that's how y'all keep us going against each other and stay in power. But now that's coming to
Yeah, team up and vote them out. Yeah, look what happens when the police try to stop crime. Watch this.
Drivers argued they were pulled over not for breaking the law.
Everyone's innocent.
The color of their skin.
Oh,
now,
my
records
goodness.
obtained by the ABC 7i team show city oversight officials warned police leadership about that same pattern we reported on.
Oh my
Around
goodness.
a very specific group of officers.
Police can't stop any crime here. They're not allowed to.
63 tactical team.
I wear your seatbelt, I'll turn your signal, okay? I got a seatbelt.
93 seconds. That's all it took from the traffic stop to his car searched and handcuffs locked around Lamoris Bell's wrists.
I felt violated and scared.
Step up, come on out.
Violated and scared.
Come on out, we'll rip you out.
When officers stopped Desmond Northington for not activating his hazard lights while parked in a loading zone, he too was cuffed and put on the curb, his car searched. That escalated in just 60 seconds.
So my question is, where does the escalation come from in a traffic stop? Are police really out there brutalizing their hostile, progressive community, knowing it could cost them all their jobs the second this footage gets released? Or are they out there interacting with dangerous criminals who treat them like garbage and think they can get away with anything and deliberately escalate these situations? That's a good question, isn't it?
Both of those drivers were eventually released without charges or citations. They're just two of dozens of drivers
But why
who
did it
filed
get to that
criminal
level?
complaints over stops and searches by the 1863 Tactical Unit here, according to new
Bro, a
records
tactical
obtained by
unit's
the
not
I
out
team.
there for no
Their
reason.
attorneys call it a pattern.
I think that the way officers
Oh, a
choose
civil
to treat
rights attorney. We know what he's going to
shouldn't
say.
be based on the color of their skin.
It's not.
Lamoris Bell filed a lawsuit last week against the city and officers who stopped him. The city wouldn't comment on pending litigation or his traffic stop.
Dude, we do this about 100 times a night. You think you're the only one?
Desmond Northington also sued the city and the officers who stopped him. The city denied wrongdoing, but recently agreed to settle his lawsuit for.
So this guy just got $80,000 for this arrest. Now, look, these police are operating in a very hostile environment. First of all, they're not pulling people over for no reason. You got the most dangerous city in America here, and they're trying to do what their own laws allow to keep people safe. And then when they do it, this army of activists just gets together and sues them to shut down even that, right? So guess what? No more tactical unit, no more policing. If you allow crime to get to a level where it is so high, it's unstoppable, and then stuff like this starts happening, the crime problem's going to get so bad the president's going to have no choice.
Requests for police records. The I-team found police leaders were warned of concerning and problematic patterns by
Yes, stopping crime is problematic.
by the Civilian Office of Police Accountability, or
Pulling people
COPA,
over, oh, that's
independent
problematic.
city agency that investigates allegations of police misconduct.
Guess whose side
In
they're
a
on?
letter dated December 27, 2024, obtained by the I-team, a director of investigations for COPA informed the 18th District Commander that, quote, over the past year, COPA had received over 50 complaints related to the 1863 tactical team.
Yeah, it's because everyone complains. They know that zero people have the side of the police here, and that's why crime's out of control.
All right, 19 minutes before the top of the hour, Illinois lawmakers continue to push back against
Yes,
President
they
Trump
do.
sending the National Guard to Chicago.
Oh, they don't
Chicago's
want
Mayor
that.
Brandon Johnson is very
they ain't
unpopular,
gonna
saying this,
buckle.
quote, I urge our federal government to listen to the advocates, experts in Chicago.
Why would you
who are
listen to
calling
a guy
for
with 6%
resources
approval?
that stop the endless flow of guns, and as well as transformational investing in housing, education, mental health, and community safety. These are the same investments that are leading to historic reductions in crime and violence throughout the recent years. But take a look at this timeline over the weekend where the city saw 3 dozen
Look at
shootings.
that. Look at that, man. They ran out of TV over here to talk about all the crime going on in Chicago. That's insane.
I also saw a video of
Look at this guy
Governor
reaching
Pritzker
into the
walking
register.
along the lakefront
Yes.
in the city of Chicago, talking about how peaceful it was. But I urge him, walk down 79th Street, walk down Chicago
Not safe to
Avenue,
do that.
walk down Central Avenue where I live, and then tell me that you feel the same way. Or more importantly, Governor
This guy just wants to be
Pritzker and Brandon
president.
Johnson both have security details.
Yes, they do.
If Chicago is so safe, as I heard Brandon Johnson say a couple of weeks ago, Chicago was one of the safest cities in America, why do you have a security detail? Why don't you get rid of it? You know,
That's the thing. People with a security detail who live far above the crime, pillaging the villages of the voters, they don't care about it. They don't think it exists. And you know something? That's what really makes Chicago dangerous. Dangerous leadership at the state level and at the local level. That's the true danger that people there are facing, because the people in charge think criminals belong on the streets instead of in jail. What do you think about that? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
I think that, babe, it's not.
What do you thought? So you think?
By the way, speaking of that, anybody murders something in the Capitol.
Yeah, he's definitely showing us two pale ass colors.
It's really sad. He's doing pretty decent journalism. That he's just like, he's really showing it. He kind of lost me as a subscriber. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think that Democrats asked for this and they got what they asked for.
Right. Okay.
So, speaking of that, let me play. It's been confirmed the National Guard is coming to Chicago this week.
Yeah, here.
Oh, yeah, we all knew that.
Well, closer to home now, expectations are continuing to grow that Chicago could be the next city to see National Guard troops on its streets. Today, the president used social media to suggest the guards needed in the nation's third largest city to help eliminate crime. CBS's Torian Small reports for us tonight.
No federal troops in the city of Chicago.
At a Labor Day event, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson blasted the Trump administration's possible plans to send in the National Guard to the Windy City to help reduce violent crime.
We're going to defend our democracy in the city of Chicago.
Before leaving the White House to play golf, President Trump posted on social media Monday praising the mayor of Washington, D.C., where he deployed National Guard troops and urged officials in Chicago and other cities to do the same. The Trump administration is also receiving new pushback in the wake of last week's shakeup at the CDC. Following the firing of CDC Director Susan Menarez and departure of several other top officials, 9 former directors and acting directors of the agency wrote an op-ed published in the New York Times Monday. The group of both Republicans and Democratic appointees raised concerns about Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s oversight of the department and the CDC, writing, quote, "We are worried about the wide-ranging impact that all these decisions will have on America's health security," adding, quote, "This is unacceptable and it should alarm every American regardless of political leanings."
They want to see Congress exercise its oversight authority over HHS, and that would include calling a hearing to interrogate Secretary Kennedy as to what is happening and why.
The CDC upheaval comes ahead of a meeting scheduled for later this month of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, which makes recommendations to the CDC about vaccines. Torian Small, CBS News, the White House.
Okay, so there it is. The dump is coming. The National Guard this week.
I mean, I don't really see this as a problem. This is what they were asking for.
Right.
So they had these business owners that was being
Like severely tired of fucking the immigrants out there just taking. And as soon as after that, it's the mayor that got to go too.
Yeah. All right. So, also in migrant news.
Shout out to Chicago.
Yes. ICE halts invasion convoy. Escorts Armada of illegals back to Mexico. We gotta go back. This shit's so stupid. I don't know how these people got caught up with this dumb shit. Let's see. Facebook Marketplace.
Oh my God.
So as criminals continue assaulting the U.S. border, this is what law enforcement is up against. Running a stop sign. Oh, where's he going? That's not going to buff out. Oh, who's getting out of the car? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's officers and criminals everywhere. Oh, look at this guy. Got him. Oh, he's under arrest. And the driver was an illegal immigrant from Mexico smuggling 3 people. But before we get to some even crazier police chases, that'll make you think taking the bus is probably the safest way to travel around America. Watch what happens to the driver of this car who tried smuggling and instantly ended up regretting it.
Okay, do you have your driver license? Yes, I do. Go ahead and step out for me right here. Who's that in the back seat?
Oh, good question.
Right here. Hello. Hi. Who's that in the back seat?
My friend.
Your friends?
Yes. I'm
Oh,
dropping
yeah?
off some friends for a friend.
You're dropping out some friends for friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, that's
So who's in
weird.
the back? The passenger is your friend?
Yes.
Who's in the back seat?
I don't know her. She's a friend of them.
She's a friend of them?
Yeah.
Doesn't know who's in
Do you
the
have your
car.
driver license?
Yes, it's in my
It's in the
my
car?
purse. Yes.
Okay. Do me a favor. Go ahead and turn around for me.
Oh no! What am I doing?
Right now you're being detained. You're fine.
Shouldn't have smuggled people.
You're fine, ma'am. Okay. Go ahead and breathe. Because I'm not prepared. What's your Spanish? Spanish? Okay, salte.
Wow.
Deja tu teléfono ahí.
3-6.
Espérate, no, siéntate.
How many people we got?
Yeah, this guy's not really
5?
Talking?
talking. I don't know if he's from another country or what.
Well, why isn't he talking? Got nothing to say.
Yeah, I'll take him and I'll sit him.
Just gotta make sure he doesn't have any.
¿Tienes celular? Yeah, I'll take this one.
Wow.
Here.
They're looking for IDs and stuff.
Cross your legs like that. Crucen los pies, siéntase. Crucen los pies. Cross like that.
Wow. Yeah, these guys are definitely not friends of friends. Unless your friend is a smuggler. But as you're about to see, not all traffic stops go as smoothly as the last one. Here we go. He's off. He thinks he can outrun Texas DPS. Let's see. Doesn't look like it. These guys are definitely speeding. He's blowing stop signs. Oh, they're stopping. Oh, 2 people got out. They're gone into the bushes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more people are out of that vehicle. This is crazy. Better get the dogs. They think they can run into the bushes and get away from the dogs. Nope, not gonna happen. These dogs deport more people every single day than America's last president in 4 years. Look at these people in this house over here. They see a Border Patrol agent walking a dog going right through their property. Yeah, no big deal. That's normal down here. But hopefully not for much longer. Oh, got him. That's the guy. That dog is super excited. Look at him, he's so happy. He's like, I just secured the border by myself. Oh, 2 illegals and a driver. Look at that. These guys are criminals of the highest order. Just like this MS-13 gang member you're about to meet.
I think this is his middle name. No. He's a cousin for a few weeks, so that's how I know.
And where did he just came from El Salvador, or how did?
That I don't know. I don't know.
Don't know where his cousin's from.
Like that. We just connected through family.
Not suspicious, but here he is. Watch this. Look at this guy. No shirt. Why?
And you go into his pockets?
No.
Okay, now lo voy a checar, okay?
He's got his shirt on now. Oh, and he's going.
Oh, stop!
It looks like he escaped, but as you're about to see, Texas DPS, they don't give up so easily. Who's this? Who you?
I found an ad on Facebook, and we just clean up like hotels and stuff. And then they said they needed a ride, and we were going to the same place. I was just giving them.
Oh, okay. So.
Hotel. I'm not really from out here.
Oh,
I stay in Rockford, Texas. But we stay out here for a week. They pay us $2,000, then we go back home. I'm going to jail.
You're under arrest. You're under arrest for human smuggling.
I wasn't smuggling.
Around the transponder back under arrest.
I wasn't smuggling. I swear I can show you the post.
I can show you the post. Facebook proves I'm not a smuggler.
They're on Facebook.
And wait till you see who's in this car.
Put your phone there too.
You're not going to believe it.
No, just hurry up. All right, now give me your hands. What am I being arrested for? Smuggling. Smuggling what?
This. Wait till you see who's in that car.
Okay. They just told us we need gas. Okay. We can explain it in court.
Explain it in court.
Uno por uno. Nomás damos su mano. Come on.
Not him. This guy. Right there. Wearing the same outfit that he managed to escape in. There he is. Look at that. I love how Facebook is connecting people all over the world for purposes of... Actually, I don't. This is bad news. And these criminals need to go to jail for a long time. Just like the driver of this dark pickup truck right here. Look at him. He's on the highway. Thinks the highway is the way to go. At least he's using his turn signals to try and evade law enforcement. I guess when he goes to jail for the rest of his life, that won't be one of the reasons he does. Look at this. This is crazy, man. Driving off the median like that. But it's not working. He's still using his turn signals. He thinks, at least he's a safe driver. I guess he doesn't want his insurance rates to go back up. Too bad, he's never going to drive again. But eventually, after enough police vehicles pin him down, this guy decides to pull over and wait till you see what happens next. He knows. Oh, wait, is there people in the trunk? What is that back there?
Hey! Bájate pa'l piso, pa'l piso.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there were people. Look at all those people. That's a lot of people. Look, they were all in the bed of the truck while he was driving like that. That is insane. Yeah. Smuggling of persons with a firearm times 10. And he's in the country illegally. I don't know how this guy got a driver's license. Unless he got it from California. Oh, this person says they make piñatas for kids. Kids who have cancer. An interesting story. Let's see if it holds up. Great question.
Yo voy a
AutoZone.
Okay. Y después de ahí de ahora. Ya me voy para derecho. Para Austin. Sí, sí.
Well, let's see who's in the car.
Todos bien despacio.
Everyone.
Las manos arriba.
DPS ain't stupid.
Manos arriba, bien despacio.
How do they fit people in there with all this trash in the car? Wow.
Nadie se mueve.
Yeah, this guy knows.
Yeah, I know. I speak a little bit English. So.
Has he been deported before?
I got my battery and my charger in my pocket. So you want to take it?
Everybody, let me see your hands.
These guys are going right back where they came from. That's crazy. Look how many, 4 people.
We're 6.
5, 6.
6
5
people.
males. Is that one female?
Yes, one female.
Okay.
How did they fit all the people in the car with all them boxes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Hello?
That's insane. And that woman says, oh, we make piñatas for cancer-stricken children. She instantly regrets smuggling now.
No, a mí me dijeron que era...
No, porque está bien tapado. Muy bien. Dígame la verdad. ¿Cuántos trae?
Wow.
¿Y traen armas?
No, no tengo. No le voy a decir.
How does she know they don't have weapons? She doesn't know who's in that car. Look at this woman. Absolutely ridiculous. 6 people in the car, probably making $20,000 a trip, like whoever's driving this pickup in the rain. Why is it always a pickup? Treacherous conditions here. Does he blow the red light? Sort of.
Back north on Inspiration 4 line.
It's like driving through a monsoon here. This is not a recipe for success. Maybe he thought bad weather would work out in his favor. He was wrong.
Are we going back northbound?
Oh, here we go.
To the west of the canal.
He's trying to head for the canal. Maybe he thinks he can jump in the river and swim home. This is crazy. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the car's driving. 9 people got out, and the car's moving. Everyone's scattering. How many people? Look at how many people there. Look, they're just walking. The car stopped. There's even more people getting out. There might be 20 people in this truck. Oh, the bed was full too.
About at least 20-some ran.
20-something. How's this one officer going to catch them all? Some of these people are going to get away. But as you're about to see, law enforcement in America may soon have a new weapon in the fight against those who try to run from the law. This right here, this rope attached to this car, apparently it's some new device that removes the car's ability to drive as it is driving. Look at this. It's like Spider-Man out there catching criminals in real time. Driver cannot get away from this at all. Look at this. He's trying. But watch what happens when he tries to speed off. Big mistake. No. Keep trying that. See what happens to your Hyundai. Try it again. Or is it a Kia? Doesn't even matter. They're the same company. Bang. Look at that. The rear axle of the car, gone. Now it ain't going anywhere. That is insane right there. That'll stop people from driving just about anywhere. And it's better than a spike strip because that vehicle is toast. What do you think about these criminals taking over the roads and byways and highways of this country? Should there be harsher penalties for smuggling? It seems like a lot of Americans are getting in on this whole scam, getting connected with criminals through Facebook Marketplace. People say, oh, my friends, 20 of them all need a ride. Who can pick them up? In Eagle Pass, Texas. Nothing suspicious about that at all. We'll pay for your gas money and give you something for your trouble. That's what is enticing certain Americans who don't care about law and order. What do you think should happen to them? Thank you for watching. See you in the next video.
Dude, once that axle started to give, I would have hopped out that motherfucker, jetted across the freeway. I'd have been playing card tag, like basketball. You know what I mean? I had a good song in my head. I've been up and over. You know what I mean? Up and over this barrier, into the trees, and up into the trees. See that dog trying to catch me now, bitch.
Right.
I'll climb.
The criminals of Chicago are doing.
They're riding the Biden Express. A tree climbing shit. Not even a little bit. As a matter of fact, I don't even go lay in the dirt and roll, but that way the dogs can't smell me.
Yeah.
I mean, total.
Oh shit, we got time
shit.
for Umar.
Total predator shit. Like just lay down like I was supposed to.
So in other news,
Dude, that's stupid. That
the
brought
Prince of Pizza.
Not never.
The Prince of
Pan
Pizza.
Prince of slaying the Shango stick, cuz for 500 girls. And nobody bought it. Right? Nobody bought it, right?
So now Dr. Kubar's scamming. It's all black people's fault.
That's what he said. Well, that's typical Umar. Remember, he called us trifling niggas for not donating.
Yeah,
What's good, everybody? It's your brother.
A bunch of trifling niggas won't donate to this.
Yeah.
We should have went with our first instinct.
Right. All right, so Mad Black TV, the most toxic and most dangerous black man on the internet,
right,
is going to give us an update on that.
I like it.
Brother Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary.
Scum Fun Day.
So I want to do this video just to talk about a phenomena that I've seen on social media. And it is the phenomena where all of Umar Johnson's shenanigans and buffoonery, somehow now that is being used to crucify the entire black community.
Of course he is.
And what I mean by that is, Umar Johnson he's just someone that is always in some mess.
Oh,
that's one of the reasons why I could never take him seriously, because he was always in some sort of ridiculous mess that took away from whatever positive message that he was putting out there. Like, I felt like, okay, you getting in trouble with strippers and being a bad father, not taking care of your children, making babies and not taking care of them, hustling people out of money
and having all these liaisons with just random females out there, like just stuff like that, and, you know, getting into internet beef and threatening people online. It was just ridiculous to me that one man could get into as many situations as him. In fact, since the last video that I did about Umar, he's gotten into some more mess because now he's talking about doing a dating show, or like doing a show where some ladies come on, black women come on and promote their businesses or whatever. And the way he first promoted it was by making it seem like he was charging them $500 for a date with him. It was just ridiculous. And most of you have probably seen the video because I saw a lot of people do commentaries on it. It's like he was talking real reckless in that video where he was making it seem like he's going to take your wives. Like if you're a black man with a black wife, he's going to snatch your wife from you. She's going to want to go on her date. And what I didn't like about that video, what I really despised about it, was he actually used a lot of black feminist language, like from that second wave feminism, like Alice Walker, the creator of The Color Purple. He used a lot of that language where he said that, you know, if a black man has a black wife or a black girlfriend, she's really a live-in prisoner. She's not, you know, she doesn't really love him. She doesn't want to be there. She's only there because she has to be. And Umar used that type of language to describe black relationships and made it seem as if he was the better alternative for women out there. So, you know, I'll ask the ladies here, is Umar really the better alternative to your husband or your boyfriend or the king that you have in your home? Are you ready to leave your husband for Umar? Because he just makes it seem like he's just so irresistible and so sexy that you're willing to dig in your purse, give him $500 and leave your husband to be with him. It's ridiculous, right? But once again, he's always in some mess. And I've noticed that I've seen on like different comment sections, and also like people have made videos where they've titled it, making it seem as if it's the entirety of the black community's fault that Umar exists, that Umar is out here scamming and being a buffoon and getting into all this ridiculous trouble. That's the black community's fault somehow. It's all our fault that this Negro is the disgrace that he is. Now, I'm guessing they're coming at it from the angle that, you know, people like him will come into the community and scam, and they're able to get to a certain level, right? And you know, the thing is, though, like the dispute that I have with that is, for one thing, everyone in the black community is not really aware of Umar. And if they are, they're aware of him more as a joke and not as someone to take seriously. Like there was a time that you could almost argue that Umar was taken seriously, maybe like 10 years ago, but definitely not now, right? So I don't think that there's anybody in the black community who's heard of him who takes him seriously. In fact, you know, a lot of young people know a lot about Umar, but they know of him as someone to laugh at. Like he's like a self-creating meme of what it means to be pro-black. So that they know all of his sayings. They think he's hilarious, right? They always repost his pictures and his face or his sayings or whatever. So a lot of young people know who he is, but not because of anything positive. Right, they just know him as somebody to laugh at and make fun of. He's like a pro-black comedian almost. Like he's doing like the ultimate performative art on the social media. A lot of people, they make it seem as if like black people as a whole are just dumb and will fall for anything. Now, what's interesting is I think it's actually the opposite, especially when it comes to Umar. Like I don't think you should use him as the example for that. In my opinion, black people from the beginning have always over scrutinized Umar Johnson. If you ask me personally, just based on what I've seen over the years, black people have, you know, been very harsh in their criticisms of Umar Johnson, even from the beginning, and always, you know, even looked into him and thinking he's like a scam artist and whatnot. So I would say that sometimes black people are a little over the top with their scrutiny of Umar. Like I don't feel like he's that important to scrutinize. I know he's popular, right? I know he gets a lot of attention from his buffoonery, but you know, Black people for the most part know everything about him. Like they've looked into his work record, his schooling record. They know about his personal history. They know about his family members, right? They know about women he's been with. They know about jobs he's had. Like there are Black people doing like hardcore investigative journalism about Umar, and they found out everything about him. They put out all this information about him, and I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that, because that's like if you feel there's someone out there that's taking advantage of the community or just taking advantage of people, period, and you want to expose them, of course you're going to do research on it. You know, I can't fault somebody for doing that, because I do research on a lot of these white supremacists out here and a lot of these white politicians. So I can't, you know, turn around and say you don't do that to Umar if you feel that he is somebody that's bad for the community, right? But I will say it's interesting that you'll have so many people know so much about Umar, everything from his family to his financial records to his school records, but that same scrutiny is not always given to people who are a lot more dangerous to us in the long run. Like, in my opinion, I would not mind this type of scrutiny maybe being changed over, not always on Umar because he's popular and he makes, you know, funny statements on social media. Maybe put some of this scrutiny on some of your favorite politicians, both liberal and conservative. Do some of this type of research on, you know, some of these so-called thought leaders, like some people that just seem to pop up out of nowhere on social media, and they're telling you what the Black community is, or how bad it is, or how great it is, or whatever. Like, look at some of these people that are sent to you by these political organizations, people that pop up out of nowhere and automatically, just like within 2 or 3 weeks, they have this large social media or this large YouTube following.
Right.
I want you to look into their financial records. You know what I'm saying?
Audits.
Look up and see where some of these people came from, both Black and white, or like some of these white races like Nick Fuentes. Look up his family and look up where he came from, right? Look who he was supported by, and look at his career from when it started all the way up until now. I want some of that scrutiny to be put more on some of our other enemies and not just this hyper focus on Umar Johnson. Like, once again, I'm not so much criticizing people for doing that, because, you know, if you, like I said, if you feel he's bad, and I would agree with you that he's definitely not good for the Black community. He is a con artist, but you know, you would think that we would have this type of scrutiny for everybody, and not just for this one clown. Right. That's what he is, basically, a conscious clown who goes around in dashikis or whatever, and is basically just a walking meme and a walking buffoon. And you definitely can't attack the entire Black community because of the nonsense that he gets involved in, or by the small following that he has. Because I would say that really he has a very small, while dedicated, but it's a dedicated following, but it's very small. You know, there's a bunch of, like, you know, there's a lot of single moms and people who are, you know, who don't have a lot of knowledge out there, who thinks everyone who speaks with this sort of assertiveness is someone to listen to. So there are some people out there, yes, who are weak of mind and are very easily manipulated by people like Umar. But for the most part, everyone is not a sucker, and everyone has not fallen into his clutches. That's why the vast majority of the popularity that he has, it's people laughing at him. It's not people agreeing with him. It's people laughing at him and his buffoonery and all the nonsense that he gets involved in. This, you know, people just chasing the drama of it all. But you folks can let me know how you feel about it in the comments section. I would love to hear your opinions on this story. Anyway, Mad Black, and I will be back on my foot on a devil's back.
He got the visual up too. His foot on the devil's back.
That's good. That made me laugh. when I think about, I was maybe like 2 weeks ago when I did the RVA, I was on an emotional roller coaster with the whole Dr. Umar thing. For like, I showed a lot of clips and I was on an emotional roller coaster. Part of me wanted to say, yeah, maybe it gets a little grace.
Yeah, Jermaine Scam Maker.
The white supremacists, want to fuck with the school or whatever. It's not there. The other part of me was like, look, man, when I don't understand what this is about bitches, and he got a problem with going to lunch with dudes or whatever. But I mean, like, all money, it's drugs. All money adds up at the end of the fucking day. And if you got money coming, you got people, men and organizations trying to give you money to save this fantasy that we've been living through with you for like 12 years, then take the fucking money and sit down with these brothers. And one brother showed it. He said, look, we have sent them a text message, got plenty of money to handle your situation, blah, 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 blah. We just want to meet with you, have an interview, right? And cuz didn't even return the fucking favor of thanks, good looking out. I'm not interested. I only want to sit down with women, which is odd because he sat down with plenty of men before. You know what I mean? Just $500 a meeting or whatever. I mean, like, he's costly when we try to bring him out here, remember?
Yeah.
Like, but to have people trying to save this fantasy fictional idea that we've been watching for like ever is fucking crazy. To have bitches talking about your mother, and have men laughing at you that you can't take care of your mother, at least, of all things, is terrible, And so I was on an emotional roller coaster. But when I saw that, and I was thinking in my mind, look, anybody trying to give me any kind of money, I'm trying to really stand on business and save this and do something. I'm taking every fucking dollar, cent, quarter, fucking everything. I'm taking it all because I need it. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna find somebody to help me balance this budget so I can get this shit on, stable. I would be looking at it like that, and like an economic, like, find me an economist and a fucking accountant. You know what I mean? Help me get my shit organized. I don't care who gives it to me. Just, obviously I don't want to take no white people's money, but I will in this case. You know what I mean? Whatever, right? But he's not even making an attempt. They showed like separate content creators showed at least 4 different fucking brothers or organizations that wanted to help him pay that shit off. Just sit down and talk about it with him. Talk about, how you did this to the community. Just get it off your chest, you know what I mean? And he didn't want to do it. He didn't do it, and that right there showed me, like, what the fuck were you, like, you know what I mean? Can he be redeemed, cuz? Do you think he can be redeemed? Like, does he gotta wait the standard 10-year period? You know what I mean? Like, can he be redeemed? I don't think so. I don't even know at this point. Like, the fact that he was so particular on a fucking $500 donation, not really to the school, but you're gonna buy these broad lunches, but you got like all this parameters. I thought your counselor froze it. How you got this bread, right?
Right.
And like, who's taking care of your mother? And why you let this lady talk all greasy about you? Like, you know what I mean? And then laugh and act like, it's all sweet and shit. You got everybody looking at you like, cuz. You know what I mean? And it's real bad. It's like, whatever was left of the thought of Pan-Africanism, he killed it.
Yep. He put a nail on the
coffin. He killed
coffin.
it. He couldn't represent that if he wanted to. He could say it all day, the Prince of Pan-Africanism, King Kong consciousness, whatever fuck. He killed it. He's like committing revolutionary suicide. And he did it behind what? Pussy and things. You know what I mean? What's so hard about putting shit in? Look, how many people we see? TBA, Tariq, when they were crowdfunding or fundraising for their movies or documentaries or the museum, they had it, and you could see it grow. You can see their GoFundMe's or whatever they're raising money for, right, Jesse? Remember?
Yeah.
And you can see it grow. You can see they had a cap on it, and you could watch people donate, and they never touched it until it was time to use it. Why couldn't, you know what I mean? Like, there was no accountability. And yeah, everybody who didn't want to see black boys succeed, right? We need that. So it's fucked up now, and there's no excuse for it. He can't even fucking say. He can't even talk to the people. You know what I mean? About fucking how you didn't. You know what I mean? Or whatever. This dream got squashed. Whatever. You fucked off. No little boys' school. You know what I mean? So we can't have a generation of young black boys being taught at that school. You know what I mean? So they're subjected to grooming and all kind of other shit, like we're seeing it everywhere else, and in danger instead of having a safe place to go, because that was the dream you're supposed to. At least be man enough to speak to the people, even if it's fucked up, right? He owes that to the people at least. You know what I mean? I'm a fuck up. You dig?
Yep.
But you think you be redeemed?
No.
Never? Not even like after a couple years? What do you have to do?
You have to do something.
What do you have to do to be redeemable?
Yeah, at least have to open the school. At the very least.
Dang. That's true too. That's true too. Okay, what else? That was good. That was a good topic. Not black.
Yeah. Unhoused never knows and unhoused never sleeps. So.
That's it?
Yeah.
I bet that.
I must have passed out on y'all.
He always says that.
So when I do, I usually do it.
Tomorrow's a busy day for me.
It's already tomorrow, but yeah. Alright, so I found this little documentary.
You go sleep today? And nothing small?
No.
Why?
Because there's nothing small
Well, you can't be able to stay awake for that.
on the internet. Not that long, it's only 30 minutes. But first, back to Cash Jordan. The illegals enter ICE headquarters. What? We already talked about it yesterday. What more is it?
Unhoused neighbors?
That's what the documentary is on, is the unhoused neighbors.
In our area?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like we just don't talk about them enough.
Wolf is in this. I see Wolf right there. Shit, it's over.
Oh, that's a long time ago. Oh, he died.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Welcome to Street Stories Homeless. This is Street Stories Homeless, where we tell the stories no one else will. By 2025, Denver had one of the highest rates of infertility in the United States, spending nearly $1 billion annually to address this crisis, yet the number of people living without shelter continues to grow. Beneath Denver's vibrant downtown and towering skyscrapers lie neighborhoods dotted with tents, cars converted into homes, and makeshift camps hidden under bridges. The city's booming economy contrasts sharply with the harsh reality on its streets, where rising rents and a severe shortage of affordable housing force thousands into precarious living situations. As new developments reshape the skyline, many communities are pushed to the edge, struggling to survive amid growing inequality. Denver is a city caught between rapid growth and a deepening crisis, where the faces of the homeless are often overlooked. What's driving this troubling divide, and can the city find a way to heal? One, the hidden crisis. Why Denver? Denver is a city celebrated for opportunity, but beneath its thriving image lies a severe housing crisis that is pushing thousands into homelessness. In 2023, homelessness increased by nearly 32%, according to the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative, reflecting real families and individuals struggling to keep a home. The shortage of affordable housing is staggering. Only 34 affordable units exist for every 100 low-income households. With rents rising 8% in 2024 and the hourly wage needed to afford an apartment near $36, many residents, especially low-income renters, are spending over half their income on rent. Denver's minimum wage remains just $14.17, far below what is needed. Maria's story is one of many. A mother of two, she lived in her car for months despite holding 2 jobs. I felt like I was failing my kids, she recalls. No matter how hard I worked, it wasn't enough. Her experience is a powerful reminder that homelessness can affect anyone. The 2024 point-in-time count found nearly 9,650 homeless people in Metro Denver, with family homelessness rising by 134% statewide. These statistics reveal a crisis demanding urgent attention. Behind the numbers are lives like Maria's, struggling, persevering, and hoping for a better future. Understanding Denver's housing crisis is the first step to making real change. 2. Unpacking the numbers, more than just statistics. The official numbers from the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative reveal a troubling but incomplete picture. In 2024, more than 53,000 Coloradans sought housing assistance, a record high that reflects an ongoing and deepening crisis. Yet homelessness is often hidden.
This was part 1 of dealing with an encampment that had grown so large it will take 3 days to clean up.
Many individuals and families live doubled up with friends or relatives in motels or vehicles, situations not captured by traditional street counts, but which represent a significant portion of the homeless population.
I can't walk my dog. My girlfriend in the morning can't go to her car. She doesn't feel safe. They go through our trash.
Overall, it's a sticky situation. It needs to get handled some other way instead of just shuffling them around all about,
On any given night in January 2024, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, reported 18,715 people experiencing homelessness across Colorado, including 8,519 families. In Metro Denver alone, the 2023.9 count identified 9,065 individuals living without stable housing, a 31.7% increase from the previous year.
You like some wipes?
Meanwhile, the Homeless Management Information System recorded nearly 29,000 people accessing services in Denver throughout 2024, showing how many more are affected beyond nightly counts. David's experience puts these numbers into human terms. A military veteran, David struggled to find stability after his service. I was moving between shelters and couch surfing, feeling invisible, he says. Thanks to Denver's targeted veteran housing programs, nearly 100% of homeless veterans were housed by late 2024, offering him the security to rebuild his life. This success highlights what focused resources can achieve. However, other vulnerable groups, youth aging out of foster care, survivors of domestic violence, seniors on fixed incomes, often lack specialized support. Without understanding these hidden aspects of homelessness, how can policymakers create effective, compassionate solutions? Each number represents a life, a struggle, and a hope for change. Recognizing this complexity is essential to addressing the homelessness crisis in Denver and beyond. Three, the vulnerable faces of homelessness. Homelessness affects many different groups, each facing unique challenges. In Denver, Nearly half of single homeless adults are over 50 years old. These seniors often live on fixed incomes like Social Security, averaging about $1,500 per month. With rent prices rising 8% in 2024, many struggle to afford stable housing. For them, homelessness is not just about shelter, it's about maintaining dignity and access to basic needs.
Yeah.
Lisa's story shows this struggle clearly. At 62, she lost her job and faced medical bills she couldn't pay. Forced to live in her car, Lisa says, "It's a lonely place, but I keep hoping for a fresh start." Her experience highlights how isolation and financial strain hit older adults hardest. Families with children are also increasingly affected. Family homelessness in Denver rose 134% in 2024, mainly among migrants fleeing hardship. These families face a harsh housing market where even modest apartments are out of reach. Children suffer from disrupted schooling and food insecurity challenges that often go unseen. Other groups like Black and Native American residents face homelessness at disproportionate rates due to systemic barriers like discriminatory housing policies. Black youth and young adults aging out of foster care also lack safe support networks. Recognizing these diverse faces of homelessness is vital. How can communities create solutions that address the specific needs of seniors like Lisa, families, and marginalized youth? Understanding these realities is key to building lasting change. Four, systemic challenges behind the crisis. Homelessness is rarely caused by a single factor. Instead, it results from a complex web of systemic challenges that trap millions in cycles of housing insecurity. One of the largest obstacles is the severe shortage of affordable housing, especially in fast-growing cities like Denver. Today, there are only about 34 affordable housing units available for every 100 low-income households. This massive shortfall forces many to make impossible choices, whether to spend the majority of their income on rent or risk living in their cars or temporary shelters. Federal programs like Section 8 vouchers offer some relief, but their reach is painfully limited. Only around 25% of eligible households receive these benefits, leaving millions without financial support. Long waiting lists and funding bottlenecks mean that many face eviction and homelessness before assistance arrives. The system's fragmentation worsens the crisis. Agencies such as HUD, FEMA, and Health and Human Services often operate in silos with little coordination. This disjointed approach creates service gaps, wastes resources, and leaves vulnerable populations, seniors, disabled individuals, migrants especially exposed, particularly during emergencies or natural disasters. Economic realities further compound the problem. Housing costs in Denver have surged well beyond wage growth. For example, a two-bedroom apartment now requires an hourly wage near $36, while the minimum wage lingers below $15. This wage-to-rent gap forces most renters to spend over half their income on housing, leaving almost nothing for essentials like food, healthcare, or transportation. Unless these systemic issues are tackled head-on, homelessness will continue to rise despite good intentions and short-term fixes. The solution demands more than just new housing. It requires a fundamental overhaul of how assistance programs are funded, coordinated, and delivered to truly make a lasting difference. Five, what Denver is doing and where it falls short. Denver has made notable progress tackling homelessness, largely through the All-In Mile High initiative, which provided shelter to over 2,169 people in 2024. This program stands out because it focuses on permanent housing solutions rather than temporary shelters, marking a crucial shift in strategy. One of the biggest successes is the near elimination of veteran homelessness. By late 2024, nearly 100% of homeless veterans in Denver had stable housing. This shows that with targeted resources and focused effort, real change is possible. Still, Denver faces significant challenges. A 2025 report revealed the city spends between $14,000 and $42,000 annually per homeless individual, totaling around $545 million in 2023 across city, nonprofit, and healthcare services. Surprisingly, a large share of this funding goes to temporary solutions like hotel stays that can cost nearly $80,000 per room each year. These expenses put a strain on budgets and limit investments in permanent affordable housing. Furthermore, inefficient tracking and management of these funds mean many people remain without stable homes. New affordable housing projects, including communities for single parents and healthcare services.
Yep, that's me with my blue 303 hat. Yep. Wow, that was almost 10 years ago, over 10 years ago. That's the Project Homeless Connect.
Surprisingly, a large share of this funding goes to temporary solutions like hotel stays that can cost nearly $80,000 per room each year. These expenses put a strain on budgets and limit investments in permanent affordable housing. Furthermore, inefficient tracking and management of these funds mean many people remain without stable homes. New affordable housing projects, including communities for single parents and vulnerable families, have opened, but these only address a small fraction of the demand. Denver is currently short roughly 70,000 affordable housing units statewide, leaving countless families and individuals struggling to find lasting shelter. Stories like Karen's, who recently found stable housing through one of these projects, offer hope but highlight just how far the city still has to go. Coordination between city agencies, nonprofits, and federal programs is often fragmented, leading to gaps and overlaps in services. Denver's experience shows that addressing homelessness requires more than funding. It demands a coordinated, long-term strategy focused on sustainable housing solutions. 6, the human cost beyond the numbers. Every statistic on homelessness represents a real person with a story. According to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's 2024 report, over 582,000 people experienced homelessness nationwide on a single night, including more than 170,000 in families and about 92,000 veterans. Take Jamal, who aged out of foster care, a group of roughly 20,000 youth annually at high risk of homelessness. Without family support, he struggled but turned his life around thanks to local nonprofit assistance and job training programs proven to reduce homelessness risk by up to 40%. Maria, a hardworking mother of 2, lived in her car despite multiple jobs because Denver's rent prices rose over 30% between 2019 and 2024, far exceeding wage increases. Today, workers in Denver need to earn $35.84 per hour to afford a 2-bedroom apartment, but the minimum wage remains just $14.17. This gap forces over 70% of low-income renters to spend more than half their income on housing. David, a veteran, found hope through targeted programs like the Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing, VASH, which has cut veteran homelessness in half over the past decade. Yet veterans still make up about 11% of the homeless population nationwide. These stories show homelessness isn't about failure, but systemic challenges affecting families, seniors, veterans, and youth. Nearly 40% of homeless individuals have disabilities or chronic health issues, making stable housing even harder to secure. By sharing stories like Jamal's, Maria's, and David's, Street Stories Homeless reminds us that behind every number is a life needing dignity and opportunity.
Oh, awesome. All right.
7. What needs to change? Solving the homelessness crisis in Denver and across the U.S. requires bold systemic change. Denver currently has only about 34 affordable housing units for every 100 extremely low-income households, highlighting a massive shortage. Nationwide, the National Low-Income Housing Coalition reports a gap of over 7 million affordable rental homes for those in extreme need. The cost of housing in Denver is steep. Rent for a 2-bedroom apartment requires an annual income of about $74,500 or $35.84 per hour, while the minimum wage sits at only $14.17. This gap forces 70% of low-income renters to spend over half their income on housing, leaving them vulnerable to eviction. Federal programs like Section 8 housing vouchers and Section 202 supportive housing for seniors provide vital help, but reach only around 25% of eligible households. In 2023, Section 202 added just over 1,100 new affordable senior units nationwide, far from enough to meet demand. Raising the minimum wage closer to a living wage would ease financial pressure for many. Prevention programs such as California's Home Safe have successfully helped at-risk seniors and families stay housed through financial aid and support services. Housing First models, which provide permanent housing without conditions alongside mental health and job support, have a 90% success rate, but serve only a fraction of those in need due to funding and coordination gaps. Better cooperation among agencies and stronger enforcement against housing discrimination are crucial. With focused investment and collective effort, we can make housing a stable reality, not a distant dream, for thousands facing homelessness today. 8. How you can help. Ending homelessness is not just the responsibility of governments or large organizations. It's a challenge that requires the compassion of communities and individuals. Every contribution matters, whether it's volunteering your time at a local shelter, donating essential items like food, clothing, or hygiene products, or supporting nonprofits that provide critical services. In 2023, about 3.5 million Americans volunteered at organizations helping homeless populations, showing how individual efforts can create meaningful impact. Volunteering offers a chance not only to assist those in need, but also to understand the human stories behind the numbers and witness the courage of people working to rebuild their lives. Advocacy is another powerful tool. Raising awareness in your social circles helps break down harmful myths and stigma surrounding homelessness, encouraging empathy and action. Supporting policies that increase affordable housing, improve healthcare access, and expand mental health and addiction services can make a lasting difference. According to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition,
Nice to meet you.
the U.S. faces a shortage of over 7 million affordable rental homes for extremely low-income renters. Voting for leaders committed to housing security and long-term solutions strengthens community safety nets that can prevent homelessness before it starts.
Yeah. Have a good day. Oh, this is. Yeah, do you want rates?
Donations are vital for sustaining shelters, transitional housing, and prevention programs. The average annual cost to provide stable housing and supportive services to one homeless individual ranges from $12,000 to $15,000, highlighting the importance of steady funding. If donating money isn't possible, fundraising or sharing stories on platforms like Street Stories Homeless helps spread awareness and inspire others to get involved. Finally, prevention is crucial. Nearly 60% of Americans do not have enough savings to cover a $1,000 emergency, making many vulnerable to sudden housing loss. Encouraging friends and neighbors to build emergency funds, seek affordable housing early, and connect with local resources can stop homelessness before it begins. Together, every action counts, and together we can turn the tide on homelessness. 9. Looking forward, hope on the horizon. Looking forward, the future of homelessness in Denver and across the country holds cautious optimism, grounded in concrete progress and proven strategies. For instance, Denver has seen veteran homelessness drop by over 90% since 2010, thanks largely to the targeted efforts of programs like the Housing First Initiative and veteran-specific supportive housing. This success is not isolated. Nationally, veteran homelessness has declined by about 50% over the past decade, according to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. The Housing First model, which has been widely adopted in Denver and other cities, boasts a remarkable 90% retention rate for individuals who receive permanent housing combined with supportive services. This is a critical statistic because it demonstrates that stable housing is not only achievable but sustainable for those experiencing homelessness. Moreover, the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness projects that expanding Housing First programs and federal housing subsidies could reduce homelessness by 25% nationwide by 2027. Prevention efforts are also showing promise. Programs that provide emergency rental assistance have helped tens of thousands avoid eviction each year. In Colorado alone, nearly 20,000 households received rental assistance in 2024, according to the Colorado Department of Local Affairs. These efforts help reduce the inflow into homelessness and ease the pressure on shelters. Still, challenges remain daunting.
So in case you don't have, you don't even open up this one. I just want to show you.
Denver faces a shortfall of roughly 70,000 affordable housing units, and approximately 74% of low-income renters spend more than half their income on rent, as reported by the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative. The city's median rent increased nearly 10% in the past year, outpacing wage growth significantly. Despite these hurdles, the data confirms that with focused funding, smart policy, and community involvement, meaningful change is possible. How will you be part of this change? Final thoughts. Homelessness in America is no longer just a problem for a few cities or specific groups. It is a widespread and complex crisis affecting communities across the country. Even those once considered secure middle-class workers, families with stable jobs, and seniors living on fixed incomes are increasingly at risk as housing costs skyrocket and safety nets fail to catch them. The gap between wages and rent continues to grow, while programs like Section 8 and Section 202 serve only a small fraction of those desperately needing help. Without bold investment in affordable housing and systemic reforms and assistance programs, this divide will only get worse. Beyond the numbers lie the stories of real people, individuals like Maria, David, and Jamal, whose lives were upended not by choice, but by circumstance. Job loss, medical crises, family struggles, and systemic barriers often push people into homelessness, and these stories remind us that this crisis is about human resilience and courage, not failure. Ending homelessness requires shared responsibility. What governments, nonprofits, businesses, and individuals all must come together to expand housing access, improve mental health and addiction support, and create pathways to stable employment. Families with stable jobs and seniors living on fixed incomes are increasingly at risk as housing costs skyrocket and safety nets fail to catch them. The gap between wages and rent continues to grow, while programs like Section 8 and Section 202 serve only a small fraction of those desperately needing help. Without bold investment in affordable housing and systemic reforms and assistance programs, this divide will only get worse. Beyond the numbers lie the stories of real people, individuals like Maria, David, and Jamal, whose lives were upended not by choice, but by circumstance. Job loss, medical crises, family struggles, and systemic barriers often push people into homelessness, and these stories remind us that this crisis is about human resilience and courage, not failure. Ending homelessness requires shared responsibility. What governments, nonprofits, businesses, and individuals all must come together to expand housing access, improve mental health and addiction support, and create pathways to stable employment. Changing how we view homelessness is just as important as changing policies. Stigma creates walls between the homeless and the community, blocking empathy and action. When we recognize the humanity behind the statistics, we foster compassion that can drive real change. The future depends on whether we see homelessness as a challenge we can overcome or a tragedy we accept. We have the data, the programs, and the tools. We need only the collective will to make housing a fundamental right for all. So, what role will you play? Will you join the effort to make a difference, or will you look away as the crisis grows? The choice is ours, and the time to act is now.
Yeah, that was a good documentary.
If you have ever been to Colorado and returned, you might not recognize that this was once an American city you dedicated your whole life to building.
What were your thoughts on the last one? That was a real good documentary.
Yeah, I spotted you and you missed it. And
Yeah.
I didn't make an impromptu cameo. Sad. That's sad to see a couple of my friends do that. That's one.
Yeah. Big time.
Certain agencies like to, there's really trying to tokenize me or try to tokenize Jesse too, because fit the parameters of the things that they look for.
Yeah.
You know, black, homeless, out in the street, me, female, disabled, in and out of jail, always in and out the hospital.
Just leaning off them blues.
Right. So, like, you know, it was kind of good to see. Yeah, it's kind of good. Sad because I saw a lot of my friends that passed away.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready.
Right. All right, so got one more for y'all, and that's it.
Perhaps echoing in the memories of many, Colorado still symbolizes an ideal American dream full of opportunities. It is a peaceful place for those who want to escape the city's hustle and bustle, to slow down amidst the majestic nature, and to return to a sense of simplicity and fulfillment. However, the beauty of Colorado in your memory now perhaps only lingers in the image of an old postcard, faded and worn with the passage of time. Beneath the glistening white snow and the lush green pine trees lies a heart-wrenching reality. Where makeshift tents stretch along the icy sidewalks, empty eyes seem to have run out of hope, and hands huddled around bags as if trying to hold on to the last bit of warmth of life. Colorado is hiding a silent crisis, wrapped in a beauty that is heart-wrenching. Where thousands of people have been pushed out of their homes, out of their communities, and even out of the belief that they still deserve to live as ordinary human beings. In today's video, let's take a look at the dark side of the sanctuary of night stars called Colorado. To see that the homelessness crisis here is not just a number, an urban issue, but a smoldering crack spreading in the heart of modern America. As usual, this is not a pessimistic warning, but a perspective reflecting multiple sources to help the community understand better and prepare proactively. Are you ready to explore the dark side of America's century state? Let's get started right now. Do you still remember the years when a small house in Colorado could be bought with the salary of a factory worker? When all it took was hard work, obeying the law, and paying taxes regularly for you to have a stable, fulfilling life and a home to return to. Back then, Colorado was a dream. Not just a tourist destination with the snow-capped Rocky Mountains, but a place where many chose to settle down after a lifetime of hard work. The small towns shaded by pines, the modest wooden houses with porches, white picket fences, and vegetable gardens in the backyards. That was the America that the previous generation once believed in, a promised land where decent people would not be left behind. But if you return to Colorado today, especially Denver, you might not recognize the place anymore. Beneath the veneer of the city's prosperity are long rows of makeshift tents spread across sidewalks and park edges. More than 10,800 people have no home to return to, huddled by the bus station, clutching tattered old blankets, trying to retain a fragile warmth amidst the biting winter cold. If you just slow down a bit, turn your head towards the street corner, you might just spot a woman around your age, quietly sitting with a cloth bag, her eyes vacant amidst the hurried crowd. Maybe she used to be a teacher or a retired office worker, a mother who once raised 2 children, and all it takes to push her down is an unpaid rent bill, a job loss, or an event that leaves her without enough money to heat the winter. Each person, each fate in that corner of the street is trying to survive day by day in silence. Not because it was their choice, but because society no longer has a place for them to return to. But what hurts people the most is not the cold, but the feeling of being forgotten. They have worked their whole lives, paid taxes, and upheld the law. Now they have to fight for every meal, every safe night's sleep, on the very sidewalks of the country they once believed would never abandon them. Colorado is still beautiful, but that beauty is gradually being overshadowed by the despair and silence of thousands of fates left behind. If even those who have shouldered this country for decades no longer have a place to call home, then who is the American dream still for? Denver, the capital of Colorado, once a symbol of a modern, dynamic America where the economy thrived, young people flocked to seek opportunities, and tourists from everywhere admired the beauty of the city nestled beside the Rocky Mountains. But if you walk along Curtis Street, Civic Center Park, or the Capitol Hill area today, what you see might make you question your own eyes. Long lines of faded tents huddled under the shadow of government buildings like silent traces of a crisis being overlooked. More than 4,000 homeless people are living in Denver, a number that accounts for nearly 1/3 of the total homeless population in the state. But this is not just a number. Those are thousands of lives walking through each day as if walking on thin ice.
It's a tough life. It's a really tough life. Because some days you don't even know if you're going to eat that day.
Life without a home is not just about lacking a roof over one's head. It is a survival battle, taking place quietly every day, right in the heart of America. They don't know where they will go today, where they will sleep, or what they will find to put into their stomachs that have been empty for days. Denver was once called one of the most livable cities in the United States. Now, some areas in the downtown are called humanitarian red zones, places where the authorities have to set up portable toilets, field medical stations, and during the harsh winter, even allow the homeless to light public campfires to keep warm, in order to warm a life that is becoming more fragile than ever. Colorado Coalition for the Homeless calls those campfires a symbol of a crumbling housing system. Because each campfire not only burns with dry wood, but also with the last hope of those who once had a home. Some people choose to live outdoors instead of going to a shelter because they don't want to leave behind their small dog, their only remaining friend. Some people have psychological issues, fear enclosed spaces, or have experienced violence in shelters. They choose a corner of the park, under a bridge, or the entrance to an old warehouse to avoid the wind and rain. They are not irresponsible. They are doing the best they can, with resilience and sometimes with the kindness they hold onto amidst adversity. The scariest thing in Denver is not just the bone-chilling cold, but what happens when dusk falls.
Denver, I will never stay down there. It's like once the sun goes down, it's crazy.
The last rays of sunlight faded behind the distant mountains, and the city seemed to step into another world, silent, frigid, and filled with the shadows of quiet figures. Like a post-apocalyptic movie, but without special effects, without a director, just real people struggling minute by minute to survive. No one is born to sleep on the street. No one chooses to live in the cold. But when society no longer has enough room for everyone, it is often those who know how to love who have to sacrifice the most. The big question is not about who they are or where they come from, but rather, how did a city once considered a land of opportunity become the capital of abandoned souls? And if this can happen right in the middle of Denver, then where is safe? There is a bitter reality unfolding in Colorado, a state once considered a desirable place to live, now becoming a silent battleground for the survival struggle between income and cost of living. In Denver, a small one-bedroom apartment has an average rental price of up to $1,800 per month. Meanwhile, the minimum wage in Colorado is only about $14.42 per hour, equivalent to $2,300 before taxes each month. In other words, almost all the money that young workers earn through hard labor has vanished just to exchange for four walls and a locked door. But their lives are not just limited to that. Other living expenses such as gas, groceries, heating, water, and medication are also gradually rising without stopping. Even when living frugally, a person in Colorado needs at least $2,632 per month to maintain a minimum standard of living. For elderly people living on Social Security, their income usually only ranges from about $1,200 to $1,500 per month. With that level of expenses, they can't even afford to rent the cheapest apartment, let alone have enough meals or buy the prescribed medications. Many people have started cutting back on prescription medications, skipping regular checkups, eating less, and enduring the harsh winter just to save a little more on electricity. A 67-year-old woman shared, "The weather in Fraser is really harsh. I feel like my blood vessels have completely frozen. But I also don't dare turn on the heater. Last month's bill already took up more than half of my pension. This is no longer about wise spending or saving, but rather an uneven battle between trickling incomes and ever-increasing living costs. A battle that many people lose, even though they did nothing wrong. They were once the ones who contributed to building this society. Now, they have to live on food stamps, charity meals, and quietly count the spare change in their wallets, as if counting the days they can still hold on. We are living in a country where those who once supported prosperity, now, when they ask for a small favor, they are turned away by the very place they once supported. So, what can still be called fair if a lifetime of labor is not enough to keep a roof over one's head? And when will we stop considering survival a privilege instead of a basic human right?
They took away the
Not all migratory birds find spring. There are flocks that fly thousands of miles in hopes of finding warmth, only to land in a place even colder than where they left. Colorado used to be a place where many Americans moved to start a new life. Especially after the pandemic, thousands of people have left expensive states like California, New York, or Illinois to come here, bringing with them the hope of a place with cheaper housing, easier jobs, and a more comfortable life. They are the migratory birds. Migratious. Not seasonal, but driven by the instinct for survival. But what they didn't expect was that spring in the sanctuary they were looking for had long disappeared. The cost of renting a house in Colorado is no longer cheap, leading to higher prices for everything else. Income is not keeping pace with rising prices, and life here, instead of being easy, has turned into a tiring race with bills, pressure, and the uncertainties of life. Domestic immigrant families, those who left their hometowns, sold all their possessions to start over, now find themselves gradually being pushed back in the very place they once placed their trust. Some people have to live temporarily in trucks, some have to return to the places they once left, and some no longer know where to go next. In Colorado, winter is not just the weather. It is a symbol of a cold period enveloping life, where the chill does not come from the mountain winds, but from policies that have not adapted in time, from the silence of the community, and from the indifference of systems that once promised to protect humanity. Perhaps those flocks of birds took flight with the belief that somewhere spring still existed. But when they landed, what they received was an endless winter with no end in sight. The winds in Colorado now not only blow through the canyons, but also seep into the shattered dreams. The families huddling in gas stations, parking lots, or hastily erected tents in the dark. Is there still a place for those who are searching for a peaceful place to live? Or is America now just a series of winters in succession, with the birds continuing to fly, but not knowing where they will stop? The homelessness crisis in Colorado has gone beyond the realm of numbers. It is no longer the story of a few isolated individuals abandoned by life, but it has become a persistent pain, quietly cracking the very foundation of society, where those who are the most vulnerable always fall first. The government is not standing still. They spend millions on temporary housing programs, street medicine, and affordable housing construction. Policies like House Bill 21-1271 were once expected to be a turning point, allowing the city to partially remove legal barriers and promote income-appropriate housing projects. But all efforts seem like scooping sand with a sieve. Because while demand is increasing rapidly every day, supply is being constrained by the very political and social bottlenecks. The residential area opposes building houses for low-income people due to concerns about a decrease in property value. The authorities have to spend months obtaining permits, creating plans, and then waiting for budget allocations. Charitable organizations struggle with procedures, constrained by laws that prohibit the use of federal funding for flexible winter shelter models. And while the meetings discuss solutions, the homeless continue to sleep on the cold ground. Each night, another person. Each morning, another shattered dream. We are facing a harsh reality. The current policies are only enough to address the surface, but cannot touch the root. Because the root of this crisis lies in an economy that is no longer tolerant of the poor, and a society that is gradually losing its ability to empathize with those who are left behind. Worse yet, policies often view homelessness as a situation to be managed, rather than recognizing it as a direct consequence of inequality in housing, in job opportunities, in healthcare services, and even in being heard. Therefore, no matter how many millions of dollars are spent, no matter how many housing projects are drawn on paper, the problem remains unchanged. Are we trying to solve the homelessness crisis, or just trying to clean up their unpleasant presence from places that don't look good? Do we want to live in such a society, or in a society where those who have fallen still have a chance to rise again? Colorado is walking a fine line between development and losing itself. When rental prices soar, when thousands of people can no longer afford a roof over their heads, when campfires are lit in public parks so people can survive the winter, the questions we ask are not just about the present, but the future. The future, if things continue as they are now, will come when the elderly, the poor, and the vulnerable may no longer exist on Colorado's social map. They will be pushed far from the center, far from healthcare services, far from the community, and eventually out of the statistics altogether. And the consequence is not just the loss of individuals, but the loss of the pieces that make up the soul of a state, once proud of its diversity, its kindness, its community. Because if a place only has room for the healthy, the wealthy, and those with tech skills, that place will soon become cold, not just because of winter, but because it will no longer have any human warmth left. Worse yet, the younger generation is leaving. They can't buy a house. They can't find stable jobs with a living wage. They watch their parents grow old, quietly bearing the burden of bills and food stamps. And they no longer believe that this is a place where they can raise a family. And so, a city once bustling and vibrant will gradually become a place people just pass through, no longer choosing to settle down. For middle-aged people, retirees, those who once proudly called this place home, the future suddenly becomes an abstract concept. They no longer dare to think about tomorrow. Not sure if they can keep their lodging for another season. Don't know how cold the coming winter will be and whether they can still endure it or not. A state that cannot retain its people. What else can it hold on to? Without community, without compassion, without a place for the weak to lean on. The beauty of Colorado will eventually become meaningless. Is this still the place we once called home, or just a temporary shelter until we can no longer hold on? Sometimes, the solution doesn't lie in changing the entire system overnight, but simply, we don't ignore when someone needs to be seen. The homelessness crisis in Colorado is not a sudden storm. It smolders, quietly and persistently, like winter stretching over the Rocky Mountains, bitterly cold, silent, and no one knows when it will end. We have seen it take shape through each decision, each budget cut, each quiet street where people set up tents to sleep overnight. But now, if there is one thing we can do to change, it is. We cannot remain silent any longer. None of us can fix the entire system on our own, but each person can be a part of something kinder. Sometimes, just a non-judgmental glance at someone huddled by the roadside, or a simple act of kindness can soothe the heart of someone with nowhere to return to in the biting winter. If we are willing to listen instead of blaming, and change our perspective on the homeless from being a problem to making them feel welcomed and still a part of society. We are used to living in an America where everyone has to fend for themselves. But if everyone only looks out for themselves, then when one person falls, there will be no one to lend a hand. And then we ourselves could be the next. No one out there ever thought they would end up like that. They don't need pity. The only thing they need is to be seen as human beings, with names, ages, stories, and the right to live with dignity. We need to start with empathy. Then from there, action. It's about connection. It is the courage to show that this nation thrives only when no one is allowed to be left behind. And perhaps when we start looking at each other with eyes of compassion, Colorado and America will once again become a place where everyone wants to live, rather than a place where the vulnerable are pushed aside to make life look neater. So, will we choose to continue turning our backs? Or will we choose to start looking at each other as human beings? Colorado is still beautiful. The snow-capped peaks, the pine forests, the winding roads through the golden sunlit valleys. But that beauty is being overshadowed by thousands of untold stories, thousands of nameless people. Homelessness is no longer someone else's problem. It is knocking on the doors of every neighborhood, every family, every mind. And if we keep seeing it as a social issue, instead of a part of the very life we are living, then one day it might just be us, or our children, huddled in a corner of the street waiting for a gaze that doesn't turn away. We don't need a miracle. We just need a little courage to start with the smallest things, understanding, sharing, and not staying silent. What do you think about the homeless hell in Oakland? Please share your thoughts in the comments section. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to support the...
Jesus Christ. Oakland looks similar to this, but no, it's not Oakland AI. It's Denver, Colorado. What the fuck? Oh my God. It was doing good until they said that shit. All right, y'all. So that's all we got for y'all. Appreciate y'all tapping in. He said you've seen over 10 good people that I would have met before, and just these two documentaries. Yeah, there's still good people here, Leann. All right, so we will see y'all tomorrow for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Or that was today. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms. Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionaries, on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So, peace. Oh, yeah, RBA is coming up next.
On for like a little bit. I only got a couple things.
Oh, thanks, Leonard. You too. You be safe as well. And if you're still up, Lady Chase is going to do the RBA right after this. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chain Crewman and Lady Chase signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city, soon to be arrested and deported city. Peace.